Hey there, welcome to Broderos. Tonight, we've got hours of chilling horror stories combined with soothing rain sounds to help you relax and sleep. Before you drift off, leave a comment below and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe right away. If you end up not enjoying it, you can always take it back later. Get cozy and let the fear take over. I arrived in Old Town San Diego just as the sun was setting, casting a warm, amber glow over the cobblestone streets. The quaint, historic area was a living relic of the past, old adobe buildings, rustic shops with flickering lanterns hanging outside, and streets lined with the ghosts of history. It was the kind of place where time seemed to slow down, where the air smelled faintly of salt from the nearby ocean, and where every step you took on the worn stones felt like a brush with something ancient. I was just another tourist, excited to explore the area's rich history, but there was something about the place that made me feel oddly uneasy. As I walked along the narrow, winding streets, I noticed the way the buildings leaned slightly, as though they were trying to listen to something, or perhaps keep something out. The shadows grew longer with each passing minute, stretching across the streets in strange, elongated shapes. The local shopkeepers spoke casually about the town's history, weaving in stories of hauntings and ghostly sightings, as though it was all part of the charm. They laughed about it, as locals often do, but their smiles never quite reached their eyes. I'd heard the rumors about a young woman who had died tragically many years ago and whose spirit supposedly wandered the town at night, calling out to those who were brave enough or foolish enough to venture into the streets after dark. Most dismissed it as a myth, but in a town like this, history and legend often blur together in unsettling ways. I wasn't one to buy into ghost stories, but I couldn't help but feel that the air here carried something more than just the scent of old wood and sea breeze. Maybe it was the weight of history, or perhaps the flicker of the street lamps in the growing darkness, but there was an undercurrent of something off. I took a deep breath and continued walking, deciding to enjoy the evening despite the strange sensation growing at the back of my mind. I wandered deeper into the heart of Old Town, past shops filled with trinkets and souvenirs, the soft murmur of other tourists in the distance. There was a peacefulness here, but it was a kind of stillness that made everything feel suspended in time. The night was beginning to settle in, and I found myself at the edge of the main street where the lights were dimmer and the shadows seemed to stretch longer. That's when I heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, calling my name. Daniel. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks. I was alone on this side of the town, and the voice was so soft it could have been the wind or the whisper of the trees swaying. But it was unmistakable, and it had a quality to it, an almost pleading tone that made me stop in my tracks. Daniel. The voice repeated, just a little louder this time, as though someone was standing just behind me, trying to get my attention. I spun around quickly, expecting to see someone, but the street was empty. No one was there. My heart rate quickened, and I instinctively looked down the road, but all I could see were the dark outlines of the old buildings, their windows reflecting the dim light of the street lamps. Was it a prank? A joke from a local? Maybe someone nearby had been playing around, but no one was in sight. The air felt heavier now, the silence pressing in, broken only by the distant hum of life from the main part of town. Hello? I called out, my voice coming out more nervous than I intended. No reply. Just the quiet night and the eerie feeling that something had changed. I laughed it off, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination running wild. But as I took another step forward, I heard it again. This time, it was clearer. The voice was undeniably real, and it seemed to be coming from somewhere ahead of me, deeper into the darkened streets. "Daniel, come to me." A chill ran down my spine. I stopped dead in my tracks. The voice. It wasn't just a whisper on the wind anymore. It was distinct, like someone was speaking directly to me, calling my name in a way that sent a cold shiver down my spine. "Daniel, come to me." I glanced around, my eyes darting over the empty street. There was no one in sight, just the old buildings and the eerie stretch of shadowed road ahead. A strange tightness gripped my chest, and I instinctively took a step back. The voice had a haunting quality to it, soft and gentle yet unsettling, like a melody carried by the night. But who could be calling me? Maybe it was some prankster, a local with too much time on their hands. Old Town was known for its ghost stories, and perhaps some mischievous tourist had decided to get into the spirit of things. It seemed silly to jump to conclusions, especially in a place as steeped in history as this. There were probably hundreds of people telling ghost stories every night, adding fuel to the legends of Old Town. I shook my head, trying to dispel the creeping unease that had started to settle over me. It was nothing. Just a figment of my imagination. I hadn't slept much the night before, and the long day of exploring must have played tricks on my mind. The voice was probably just some distant echo from one of the other tourists, or even a strange sound from the wind. "Just relax," I muttered to myself, taking a slow, steady breath. "It's just your mind playing games. There's nothing here." I continued walking, trying to push the lingering thought of the voice out of my head. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The voice had been too clear, too personal, too familiar, somehow. It wasn't like any ordinary sound I'd heard in the night. Still, I pressed on, telling myself I was overreacting. It was probably a trick of the shadows, or a cat moving in the distance, or maybe even some faint conversation from another street that I had mistaken. There were plenty of plausible explanations. After all, people love to weave ghost stories in places like this. Old Town was practically built on them. As I walked further into the dimming night, I noticed how the sounds around me seemed to fade, swallowed up by the thick, humid air. The streets grew quieter, the lanterns on the corners casting long shadows across the pavement. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing in, but I couldn't tell if it was a natural silence or something more oppressive. "Get a grip," I muttered under my breath. "It's just a voice. You're fine." I was about to turn a corner when I heard it again, so faint I almost missed it. "Daniel." I froze. It wasn't just a whisper. It was as though the voice had moved closer this time, and though it was still faint, I could almost feel it behind me. I whipped my head around, expecting to find someone standing there, but the street was empty, as it had been before. The voice, if it was real, came from nowhere, and yet it felt so immediate, so present. I took a deep breath and ran my hand through my hair, trying to calm my racing pulse. It was just my imagination. Nothing more. But as I stood there, facing the empty street, the air seemed to shift, and for a split second, I thought I saw something, a shadow, move just beyond the corner. It was too fast to catch clearly, too fleeting to confirm. My heart skipped a beat. I should go back. I told myself that. But before I could take a step, the voice called out again. This time, it was louder, and there was an urgency to it, almost pleading. "Daniel, don't turn away." It sent a jolt of panic through me. Something about the way it sounded, so intimate, so insistent, felt different now. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't my imagination. This was something real. I could feel my breath catch in my throat, my legs rooted to the spot. There was no turning back. My curiosity had already been piqued, and the voice, whatever it was, had a strange power over me. I stood there for a moment longer, staring into the darkening street, unsure of what to do. Should I go forward? Should I turn and run? I didn't know why, but I felt an inexplicable pull to keep going. And against my better judgment, I took one step toward the voice. The shadows deepened around me. The voice, soft but relentless, continued to call. As I took another step forward, the voice came again, clearer this time, sharp with a desperate edge. Daniel, come to me. I stopped. My heart was pounding in my chest now, each beat echoing in my ears. I scanned the street again, hoping to find some rational explanation for what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of street performance or a hidden speaker playing a sound to add to the spooky ambience of the place. Old Town was known for its ghost tours and theatrics. It wouldn't be the first time someone tried to mess with a tourist's head. But that didn't explain the way the voice sounded, how personal it felt. Daniel. The voice grew louder, more insistent. It was as though it was coming from just around the corner, or maybe even from inside the walls of the buildings themselves. A chill swept over me, making my skin prickle, but I ignored it. No, it couldn't be real. It had to be a prank. Some local, maybe, trying to spook a lone tourist. I had to remind myself of that. I glanced around, but the streets remained empty. Not a soul in sight. I tried to tell myself that this was just the kind of thing people did in places like this, play tricks on tourists, weave ghost stories into reality. The voice could have been someone's idea of a good time. But there was something about it. Something about the urgency in the tone, the way it seemed to reach out to me personally. It didn't sound like a prank. I stepped forward again, cautiously now, my nerves humming with anxiety. The darkness around me seemed to press closer, and I could feel the temperature drop just a little. Maybe it was just the evening chill settling in, but there was something unsettling about the air now, something that made my breath come out in small, visible bursts. Daniel. It called again, closer than before, so much so that I instinctively looked around, as if expecting to see someone just behind me. But there was nothing. Just the faint sound of my own footsteps on the cobblestones, echoing in the heavy silence. I swallowed hard, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Come on, Daniel. It's nothing. Just keep walking, I muttered to myself. It's just a trick. It's just your mind playing games. But even as I tried to convince myself of that, I couldn't ignore the knot of fear tightening in my stomach. The voice was too real. It was as though it was calling out to me from a place just beyond the ordinary, from somewhere darker. I shook my head. No, I was just overthinking things. I had been on edge all day, exploring a strange place filled with old buildings and rumors of hauntings. It was easy to get swept up in the atmosphere, to let the mind wander down paths that weren't there. But even as I tried to reason with myself, the voice repeated, louder now, with an urgency that made my blood run cold. Daniel. I'm waiting. The words were clear, unmistakable, and they seemed to reverberate in my bones. I froze in place. It wasn't like before. It wasn't just some vague whisper in the wind. This time, it felt as though the voice had substance, something tangible, something alive. The longer I stood there, the more certain I became that whatever was calling me was not of this world. I tried to take a deep breath, but it caught in my throat, my body paralyzed with indecision. What was I supposed to do? Part of me wanted to turn and run, to get as far away from this cursed place as possible. But another part of me, a part one couldn't explain, wanted to keep going, to find the source of the voice, to know why it was calling me. Come to me, Daniel. The voice grew even more insistent, pleading, and something inside me snapped. I turned toward the darkness ahead, toward the empty street, my legs moving before my mind could stop them. My heart pounded louder with each step, and the world around me seemed to close in tighter, the air growing thicker, heavier with each passing second. The sound of my own footsteps seemed muted now, drowned out by the rising cacophony of my thoughts. The buildings seemed to lean in closer, their windows dark and unwelcoming, watching me with unseen eyes. I was almost at the end of the street now, the alley ahead completely shrouded in shadows. But I couldn't stop. The voice, no, the presence, was pulling me forward, deeper into the darkness. The sense of urgency grew within me, and though I knew I should turn around, I couldn't. I had to know what was at the end of this. I had to know why it was calling my name. I didn't know why, but the pull was irresistible. The voice, the presence behind it, it was like a thread tethering me to something I couldn't explain. My legs moved before I could think, drawn deeper into the shadowed streets of Old Town, further away from the lantern-lit areas I'd once found so comforting. With every step I took, the world around me seemed to change. The air grew heavier, thicker, as if the night itself had begun to close in. The once quiet streets now felt too still, unnaturally still. I could hear the faintest shuffle of my own shoes against the cobblestones, but other than that, the world around me was silent. No distant chatter from tourists. No rustling of leaves in the wind. No sound at all, except the pounding of my own heartbeat and the soft call of that voice, now echoing in my head. Daniel, come to me. It was just as urgent, just as haunting as before. The words hung in the air, stretching between the buildings, as if waiting for me to follow them. I should have stopped. I knew I should have turned around, gone back to the main part of town where the noise and the safety of other people waited. But every step I took seemed to push me further away from any sense of rational thought. The streets here felt different, more isolated. The old shops, once charming, now seemed like hollow shells, their windows dark and vacant, like empty eyes watching my every move. Some of the buildings were so close together that the narrow alleys between them seemed to swallow the light, plunging me into an even deeper kind of darkness. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine, but it only seemed to intensify the longer I walked. The buildings around me, which had once seemed like nothing more than historical artifacts, now felt oppressive, like they were closing in on me, like the entire town was conspiring to keep me here. The air had turned damp, and I could taste the salty tang of the ocean on my lips. It felt like I was moving through an old photograph, frozen in time, out of place and out of sync with everything familiar. Daniel. I could hear the voice now so clearly it felt as though it was coming from just around the corner, from within the buildings themselves, or perhaps from below my feet. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I quickened my pace, my pulse quickening with every step. I didn't know what I expected to find, but I couldn't stop myself from moving forward. The lure was too strong, too strange to resist. The deeper I wandered, the more the streets seemed to change. The shops became fewer, their signs worn with age, and the lanterns flickered weakly, casting long shadows that seemed to shift with the wind. The familiar sounds of the town were gone now, replaced by the faintest hum, like the air itself was alive with some kind of static energy, pulsing, vibrating with an unseen force. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't alone. It was as though the very ground beneath my feet was watching me, listening, waiting. Each shadow I passed felt thicker, deeper, as if it wanted to pull me into it. Daniel. This time, the voice was so close it seemed to wrap around me, pulling me in from every direction. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. There was no mistaking it now, the voice was coming from right behind me. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned around quickly, only to find that the street was still empty, still silent. I swallowed hard, the hairs on my arms standing on end, but I couldn't stop. The compulsion to follow the voice was overwhelming. I had to know what it wanted. I had to find out what it was. I took another step forward, and then another, each one heavier than the last. The alleyway ahead of me seemed endless, stretching into a darkness that felt unnatural, almost alive. The buildings on either side were now so close that I could almost touch them, their walls cracked and weathered by years of neglect. It was as though time had stopped here, like this part of Old Town had been forgotten, abandoned by the world outside. The voice called again, louder now, almost impatient. It wasn't just calling my name anymore, it was beckoning me, pulling at something deep inside me. Daniel, you must come to me, now. I hesitated. The voice was different now, less ethereal and more insistent, almost desperate. My rational mind screamed at me to turn back, but my body refused to obey. With a final, reluctant breath, I took another step forward, and that's when I saw it. At the far end of the alley, just beyond the last flickering street lamp, there was a figure. Tall and shadowed, standing motionless in the darkness. For a moment, I couldn't make out any details, just the silhouette of someone, or something, waiting. The voice came again, clearer now, as though it had been waiting for me to reach this point. Daniel, you're here. And for the first time since it all started, I felt a true sense of fear, a deep, primal dread that made my blood run cold. I stood frozen, staring at the shadow in the alley. It was taller than any person I'd seen in Old Town, its form distorted by the dark, like it was made from the very shadows themselves. It didn't move, but I could feel it, waiting, watching. Daniel. The voice called again, clearer now, and my name was almost a caress, soft and familiar, but with an edge that made my heart race. You've finally come. A chill crawled up my spine, sharper and colder than anything I'd ever felt. The streetlights behind me flickered, their weak light barely reaching into the alley, casting long, sharp shadows that stretched out toward me. The silence felt heavier than before, thick and suffocating, as if the whole town was holding its breath. I took a hesitant step forward, my mind screaming at me to turn back. I tried to tell myself it was just some elaborate prank, another part of the tourist trap, something meant to be unsettling but ultimately harmless. But the voice, the way it repeated my name, the strange pull it had on me, it felt too real, too close to something otherworldly. The figure in the alley didn't move, but I could sense that it was aware of me, aware of my every thought, my every hesitation. It was like it could feel my fear, and it fed on it. Daniel, it repeated, the voice now almost a whisper, but the intensity behind it was undeniable. Come closer. I won't hurt you. I wanted to laugh at how absurd that sounded, but I couldn't. Every instinct in me screamed to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But my feet were rooted to the ground, my body unwilling to turn away. The pull of the voice was stronger than my fear. With a slow, deliberate motion, I took another step into the alley. My breath came out in shallow bursts, and every nerve in my body screamed at me to stop, but I couldn't. The voice had a hold on me, an invisible tether drawing me in. As I walked deeper, the shadows seemed to close in around me, like the walls of the alley were narrowing. The temperature dropped again, and I could see my breath clouding in front of me, each exhale a foggy reminder of how unnatural this moment had become. The sounds of the outside world, the distant hum of traffic, the chatter of tourists, faded entirely. The world seemed to shrink, leaving only the figure in the alley and the voice. "Closer, Daniel," it urged, its tone now more soothing, as if it was coaxing me, like a lullaby. "I've been waiting for you." I didn't want to move any closer. The words felt like a command, not an invitation. Every step I took, the figure in the darkness seemed to grow larger, its form becoming clearer, more defined, though still shrouded in darkness. There was something unsettling about the way it stood so still, as if it didn't need to move, as if it was already everywhere at once. I felt a tightening in my chest, the sensation of being trapped in a nightmare. This wasn't just some ghost story. No, this was something far more dangerous. The deeper I went, the more I realized this wasn't a haunting meant to frighten tourists. This was something alive, something ancient, something that had been waiting for me. "Daniel." The voice purred again, and this time it didn't sound like a simple whisper. It was inside my head, echoing in the back of my mind, pulling me closer. "You're mine now. I've waited so long for you." I stumbled, caught off guard by the weight of those words. "I don't understand," I muttered, my voice sounding small in the vast emptiness of the alley. "You will," it promised. "You will soon understand, Daniel. But you have to come to me. Only then will you know everything." I hesitated, uncertainty and dread twisting in my stomach. There was no escaping it now. The voice, that presence, was too powerful. I was already too far gone to turn back. But in the deep recesses of my mind, something started to click. I'd been so fixated on following the voice, so swept up in its call, that I hadn't noticed what was happening around me. The air was growing thicker, colder. The shadows on the walls weren't just shadows anymore. They were moving, writhing. And the figure at the end of the alley, it was no longer just standing still. It was shifting, twisting, like it was merging with the darkness itself. And then I understood. The voice wasn't just calling me. It was luring me in, feeding off my curiosity, my confusion, and my fear. It wasn't a ghost, not in the way I imagined. This wasn't something that wanted to tell me its story or share its world. It wanted me, my soul, my essence, to join it. I took a step back, my heart racing, panic surging through me. The shadows around me seemed to grow, curling in on themselves, reaching for me, as if the alley itself were coming alive, closing in, trapping me here. But it was too late. The voice rose again, louder this time, the words unmistakable. "Come to me, Daniel. You are mine now." I turned, heart hammering, and bolted toward the entrance of the alley. The sound of my own footsteps was the only thing I could hear, but in the back of my mind, the voice was still there, still whispering, still pulling me closer. No matter how fast I ran, no matter how much I tried to escape, I could feel it, its cold fingers reaching for me, dragging me back. There was no way out. I don't know how long I ran, or even how far I'd gone, but by the time I managed to pull myself from the alley, the world had changed. The streets I had once walked so confidently just hours ago now felt foreign, warped. The lanterns that had guided me earlier flickered weakly behind me, their light too dim to offer any comfort. The air had turned suffocating, thick with an unnatural stillness that pressed down on me from all sides. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that the shadows themselves were watching me, creeping up along the edges of the buildings, stretching longer with every step I took. The voice, soft, coaxing, was still there, ringing in my ears, in my head, pulling me deeper into the heart of Old Town. Daniel, why do you resist? You know you're meant to come to me. I stopped abruptly, heart racing in my chest. The voice was so clear now, so personal, as if it were standing right beside me. The hairs on my neck stood on end, and I quickly looked over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone lurking in the shadows behind me. But there was nothing. Just the same empty streets, the same creeping darkness. It was as if the very town had changed. The familiar cobblestone roads, the old adobe walls, the shops I passed earlier, all of them had begun to twist, shifting in a way that shouldn't have been possible. The buildings seemed to lean toward me, as if they were closing in on my every movement. They weren't just structures anymore, they were something else entirely, alive, watching, waiting. The shadows had deepened, becoming darker and more oppressive, swirling and stretching like they had a mind of their own. The once warm, inviting streets of Old Town had become a labyrinth of dark alleyways and closed doors, each one leading to another street that felt wrong. I couldn't tell where I was anymore. The streets no longer made sense. They seemed to loop back on themselves, as though the town was shifting, changing, deliberately confusing me. I forced myself to take a few steps forward, but it felt like the ground beneath my feet had turned soft, like I was walking on shifting sand. I stumbled, catching myself against the side of a building. The cool, rough surface of the stone felt reassuring, but only for a moment. As my fingers brushed against the wall, I noticed something strange. The stone, once solid, seemed to move under my touch, almost like it was breathing. I jerked my hand back, a sharp jolt of panic shooting through me. It was as if the whole town was alive, responding to my presence, shifting its form just to keep me trapped. I could almost feel the pull of the voice deepening, drawing me further into the maze of streets. Daniel, don't fight it. You belong here. You belong with me. The voice had changed again. It was no longer coaxing or pleading, it was commanding. I felt the weight of it pressing down on me, as if the very air around me had thickened, becoming heavier with every word. It was a promise now, a truth I couldn't escape. No matter how hard I tried to deny it, something deep inside me knew that this wasn't just a ghost. This was something much darker, more powerful. I took another step, against my better judgment, moving further into the labyrinth of twisted streets. Each turn felt like it was drawing me closer to something, but I couldn't tell what. My eyes darted around, looking for any sign of escape, but there was nothing. Only darkness. Only shadows. As I moved deeper, the buildings seemed to distort even further, their shapes warping and stretching unnaturally, as if the entire town was alive and in the grip of some unseen force. The windows I passed no longer reflected my image. Instead, they showed something else. Faces. Pale, distorted faces pressed up against the glass, their eyes wide with an expression I couldn't quite place, hunger, fear, or perhaps a combination of both. They didn't move, didn't blink, but I could feel their gaze on me, cold and unrelenting. I quickened my pace, my breath coming in sharp, shallow gasps, but the faces followed me. Everywhere I looked, they were there, watching, waiting. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't. The pull of the voice, of her, was too strong. Daniel. The voice was closer now, almost in my ear, as if she were right behind me. You're almost here. The air was colder now, the streets darker. The path I was walking on was no longer cobblestones, but something slick and wet, like the streets had turned to a deep, dark oil. I slipped, catching myself just before I hit the ground. My hands trembled as I pushed myself up, my mind spinning with thoughts of escape, but I knew deep down that I couldn't run. I was too far gone. The voice didn't let up. It continued to call, louder and more insistent now, echoing in my head, drowning out all other sounds. I could feel it, deep within my chest, pulling me forward, drawing me into the depths of the town where it waited. Come to me, Daniel. You are mine. My breath hitched as I reached the end of the street and found myself at an intersection. But this one was different. The road ahead didn't look like any I'd seen before. It stretched out into a thick, inky blackness, the buildings around it distorted, jagged, their edges almost razor sharp. I knew now that I couldn't turn back. The town had become a maze, its streets winding and twisting in ways that shouldn't be possible. I was trapped. And the voice, it was the key. The path forward, into the darkness, was all that was left. Step forward, Daniel. The darkness ahead of me seemed to pulse, alive, with every step I took. It wasn't like the usual quiet of night, where the shadows were just part of the world. No, this felt different. Each shadow seemed to move with a mind of its own, stretching and shifting as if it were trying to avoid the light, or perhaps trying to get closer to me. Every corner I turned, I thought I saw something at the edges of my vision. A flicker of movement, a figure that just wasn't quite right. But whenever I looked directly at it, the streets were empty. Always empty. I slowed my pace, my eyes scanning every shadow, every alley, my breath catching in my throat. I could feel my heartbeat drumming in my ears, loud and insistent, drowning out everything else. It felt like the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to make the next move. But every time I tried to reassure myself, to tell myself it was just my imagination, I saw it again, just out of reach. The first glimpse came as I passed an old wooden fence, its paint chipped and peeling. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing behind it, tall, slender, with dark, hollow eyes that seemed to look right through me. But as soon as I focused, the figure was gone. Nothing remained but the fence, its old boards swaying slightly in the breeze. I froze, my skin prickling with unease. Had I imagined it? Or had someone, been there, just beyond the edge of my vision? I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but the silence was overwhelming. The only sound was the echo of my own footsteps, a reminder that I was utterly alone, or so I thought. I continued walking, my footsteps growing louder in the oppressive quiet. The street ahead seemed to narrow, the buildings looming taller, their edges blurring and distorting in the dim light. It was as if the very atmosphere was bending around me, making it hard to focus, to trust what I was seeing. Then, as I reached another corner, I saw it again. A fleeting shadow, just at the edge of my peripheral vision. A tall figure, standing in the doorway of an old, crumbling building. I could see the faint outline of a face, pale, ghostly white, with eyes too dark to be human. It looked at me, not with surprise, but with an eerie familiarity, as if it had been waiting for me. But when I turned my head, when I focused directly on the spot, there was nothing. The doorway was empty, the windows dark, the building abandoned. No sign of the figure, no sign of any movement at all. My breath hitched. The weight of something, of someone, lingered in the air, like the moment before a storm. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and forced myself to keep moving. I couldn't let fear control me, couldn't let it paralyze me. But the longer I walked, the more the shadows seemed to play tricks on me, growing longer, darker, more twisted. I caught another glimpse. This time, the figure was standing on the other side of the street, partially obscured by a lamp post. The shape was blurry, indistinct, but the same unnerving presence was there. The same dark eyes, staring straight at me. I stopped dead in my tracks. I didn't dare blink, didn't dare look away, but the second I did, when I allowed myself to shift my focus for just a moment, the figure was gone. Once again, the street was empty, as if it had never been there in the first place. Only the dim glow of the streetlight illuminated the cracked sidewalk, and the faint hum of electricity in the air was the only sound that remained. I felt my pulse quicken. This wasn't normal. This wasn't some trick of the mind, some optical illusion caused by exhaustion or fear. No. The figure, whatever it was real. It was here, in this place. And it was watching me. I turned my gaze back toward the alley I just passed. The shadows there were heavier now, almost alive, crawling along the walls. I could feel the pressure building in the air, pressing against me, as if something was moving just beyond the edges of my sight, waiting for the right moment to step forward. A noise broke the silence, sharp and sudden, a faint scraping sound, like nails running along the pavement. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but once again, nothing. The street was still empty, and the oppressive silence fell back into place. I was no longer sure of what was real and what wasn't. Each shadow, each corner, seemed to twist and stretch in unnatural ways. The world around me felt wrong, like it was slowly unraveling. I had to get out of here. I had to find a way back to reality, back to safety. But each step I took seemed to pull me deeper into this nightmare, and the shadows, those cold, watchful things, were growing, circling closer. I glanced over my shoulder. The shadow at the corner of my vision was still there, but when I turned my head, it disappeared once again. There was something chillingly familiar about it now, something that made my skin crawl. Then, the voice came again. It was softer this time, more insistent, more intimate. "Why do you hesitate, Daniel?" it whispered, wrapping around me like smoke. "You know what you saw. Come closer." The voice didn't let up. It continued to call, louder and more insistent now, echoing in my head, drowning out all other sounds. I could feel it, deep within my chest, pulling me forward, drawing me into the depths of the town where it waited. "Come to me, Daniel. You are mine." My breath hitched as I reached the end of the street and found myself at an intersection. But this one was different. The road ahead didn't look like any I'd seen before. It stretched out into a thick, inky blackness, the buildings around it distorted, jagged, their edges almost razor sharp. I knew now that I couldn't turn back. The town had become a maze, its streets winding and twisting in ways that shouldn't be possible. I was trapped. And the voice, it was the key. The path forward, into the darkness, was all that was left. "Step forward, Daniel." The darkness ahead of me seemed to pulse, alive, with every step I took. It wasn't like the usual quiet of night, where the shadows were just part of the world. No, this felt different. Each shadow seemed to move with a mind of its own, stretching and shifting as if it were trying to avoid the light, or perhaps, trying to get closer to me. Every corner I turned, I thought I saw something at the edges of my vision. A flicker of movement, a figure that just wasn't quite right. But whenever I looked directly at it, the streets were empty. Always empty. I slowed my pace, my eyes scanning every shadow, every alley, my breath catching in my throat. I could feel my heartbeat drumming in my ears, loud and insistent, drowning out everything else. It felt like the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to make the next move. But every time I tried to reassure myself, to tell myself it was just my imagination, I saw it again, just out of reach. The first glimpse came as I passed an old wooden fence, its paint chipped and peeling. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing behind it, tall, slender, with dark, hollow eyes that seemed to look right through me. But as soon as I focused, the figure was gone. Nothing remained but the fence, its old boards swaying slightly in the breeze. I froze, my skin prickling with unease. Had I imagined it? Or had someone, been there, just beyond the edge of my vision? I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but the silence was overwhelming. The only sound was the echo of my own footsteps, a reminder that I was utterly alone, or so I thought. I continued walking, my footsteps growing louder in the oppressive quiet. The street ahead seemed to narrow, the buildings looming taller, their edges blurring and distorting in the dim light. It was as if the very atmosphere was bending around me, making it hard to focus, to trust what I was seeing. Then, as I reached another corner, I saw it again. A fleeting shadow, just at the edge of my peripheral vision. A tall figure, standing in the doorway of an old, crumbling building. I could see the faint outline of a face, pale, ghostly white, with eyes too dark to be human. It looked at me, not with surprise, but with an eerie familiarity, as if it had been waiting for me. But when I turned my head, when I focused directly on the spot, there was nothing. The doorway was empty, the windows dark, the building abandoned. No sign of the figure, no sign of any movement at all. My breath hitched. The weight of something, of someone, lingered in the air, like the moment before a storm. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and forced myself to keep moving. I couldn't let fear control me, couldn't let it paralyze me. But the longer I walked, the more the shadows seemed to play tricks on me, growing longer, darker, more twisted. I caught another glimpse. This time, the figure was standing on the other side of the street, partially obscured by a lamp post. The shape was blurry, indistinct, but the same unnerving presence was there. The same dark eyes, staring straight at me. I stopped dead in my tracks. I didn't dare blink, didn't dare look away, but the second I did, when I allowed myself to shift my focus for just a moment, the figure was gone. Once again, the street was empty, as if it had never been there in the first place. Only the dim glow of the streetlight illuminated the cracked sidewalk, and the faint hum of electricity in the air was the only sound that remained. I felt my pulse quicken. This wasn't normal. This wasn't some trick of the mind, some optical illusion caused by exhaustion or fear. No. The figure, whatever it was real. It was here, in this place. And it was watching me. I turned my gaze back toward the alley I just passed. The shadows there were heavier now, almost alive, crawling along the walls. I could feel the pressure building in the air, pressing against me, as if something was moving just beyond the edges of my sight, waiting for the right moment to step forward. A noise broke the silence, sharp and sudden, a faint scraping sound, like nails running along the pavement. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but once again, nothing. The street was still empty, and the oppressive silence fell back into place. I was no longer sure of what was real and what wasn't. Each shadow, each corner, seemed to twist and stretch in unnatural ways. The world around me felt wrong, like it was slowly unraveling. I had to get out of here. I had to find a way back to reality, back to safety. But each step I took seemed to pull me deeper into this nightmare, and the shadows, those cold, watchful things, were growing, circling closer. I glanced over my shoulder. The shadow at the corner of my vision was still there, but when I turned my head, it disappeared once again. There was something chillingly familiar about it now, something that made my skin crawl. Then, the voice came again. It was softer this time, more insistent, more intimate. "Why do you hesitate, Daniel?" it whispered, wrapping around me like smoke. "You know what you saw. Come closer." The shadows were no longer just flickers at the edges of my vision. They were moving now, twisting and stretching, their forms becoming more distinct. I didn't have to look at them to know they were there. They were behind me, beside me, watching, waiting for me to turn. My legs moved on their own, driven by some force stronger than my will. I couldn't stop myself, couldn't fight the pull of the voice any longer. But I knew that the moment I turned to face the shadows fully, I would lose myself forever. I swallowed hard, my breath ragged. This place, this town, had become something else. And whatever it was, whatever had been watching me, had no intention of letting me leave. My heart was thumping in my chest, loud enough that it felt like it might burst. I stood there in the middle of the street, frozen, my mind fighting against the dread that was slowly taking hold. "It's nothing," I told myself. "Just shadows. Just exhaustion. You're imagining things." But the words felt hollow, like a fragile shield against a storm I couldn't control. I forced myself to take a few steps forward, shaking my head. This wasn't real. There was no way it could be. I had seen strange things before in my life, illusions, hallucinations, things that my mind had conjured up in moments of stress or fear. Maybe that's all this was. I hadn't been sleeping well, the trip had been exhausting, and now I was walking alone in a strange, old town at night. My brain was probably playing tricks on me, pulling things out of the shadows, out of the corners of my mind, to make me second-guess everything. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, taking a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I felt the cool night air fill my lungs, but it didn't calm me the way it should have. It only made the silence feel heavier, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I opened my eyes again and tried to focus, tried to see the street as it was, a simple, quiet path through Old Town. But the shadows, they were different. I couldn't ignore that. They were longer now, stretching too far across the pavement, leaning unnaturally against the buildings, as if they were trying to break free. They didn't look like shadows anymore, they looked like figures, dark, indistinct forms that danced just out of reach, only to vanish the second I tried to focus on them. I shook my head again, wiping a hand over my face. "Stop it, Daniel. Just stop." It was hard to think clearly with the weight of my own thoughts pressing in on me. The voice, the shadows, the figures, they were just tricks. I had to make myself believe that. I took a few more steps, but the urge to look over my shoulder was too strong. Slowly, hesitantly, I turned. Nothing. The street behind me was empty, just like I expected. No figure. No shadow. Just the quiet hum of the town, the far-off sound of wind brushing against the buildings. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. There, I thought, feeling the tension in my body start to ease. It's just the mind playing tricks. But then, there it was again. A shift in the shadows, a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. My pulse spiked. My body tensed, and for a second, I thought my heart might stop altogether. I turned my head sharply, but nothing was there. The street was exactly as it had been a moment before, silent, empty, unchanging. No. It's fine. It's fine, I repeated, forcing the words out. I needed to focus. I needed to get a grip. This wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't some supernatural thing. You're just tired. It's just fatigue. I walked faster, my footsteps echoing off the cobblestones as I tried to push the creeping dread out of my mind. But no matter how fast I walked, I couldn't outrun the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just the shadows, either. It was the silence, the unnatural stillness that surrounded me. The air was heavier now, thicker with every breath. I could hear it now, faint, almost imperceptible, like the creaking of old wood or the soft whisper of fabric moving in the wind. But there was no wind. The trees, the buildings, everything around me stood perfectly still, as if time itself had slowed. I could feel it then, the way of being watched. There was no mistaking it. Something was out there, just beyond my sight, hidden in the shadows. I had seen the figure once. Twice. It had been there, just at the edge of my vision, watching, waiting. But every time I looked directly at it, it was gone, vanishing before my eyes like smoke. But this time, I felt it more acutely. The eyes. I was sure of it. I wasn't just imagining the eyes. I wasn't just seeing shadows. Something was in those shadows, something that wanted me to see it, but not in the way I expected. It wanted to be seen just enough to make me doubt my own mind. No. No, no, no. I could feel my breath quickening. My thoughts were spiraling. The rational part of me, the logical, sane part, was still trying to assert control. You're being ridiculous. This isn't happening. There's nothing here. It's just the dark. Just the night. But the fear was stronger than any explanation I could give myself. My thoughts scattered. I couldn't stop the panic now. I stopped walking. My legs were weak, my hands trembling at my sides. I had to look. I had to look at the shadows again. I couldn't just keep moving, pretending I hadn't seen what I had seen. I couldn't keep running from it. I turned slowly, deliberately, feeling my heartbeat echo in my ears as I scanned the street behind me. And there it was, just at the end of the alley to my left, the faintest movement. A figure, barely discernible in the shadows, standing still. This time, I didn't hesitate. My feet carried me forward, against my better judgment, my mind screaming at me to stop. But I was already too far gone. I had to see. I had to face whatever this was. With each step, the figure grew clearer, sharper, until the shadow was no longer a shape, it was a person, a woman. She was pale, her face hollow, her eyes wide and black, like pools of ink. Her mouth opened, and she whispered something, her voice a rasping sound like dry leaves caught in the wind. "Come closer, Daniel." I froze, my blood running cold in my veins. The voice, it wasn't in my head anymore. It was real. It was coming from her. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. And in that instant, I knew. I wasn't alone here. I wasn't alone in this place. I had been found. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The shadows around me were closing in, stretching in unnatural ways, their forms more distinct now, tall, dark, looming figures that seemed to pulse with a strange, malevolent energy. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, each step I took feeling heavier than the last. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere was pressing against me, urging me to turn around, to look, to see what I had been avoiding. But I couldn't. I was frozen. My eyes locked on the woman standing at the end of the alley, her ghostly presence pulling me in like a magnet, dragging me closer with an invisible force I couldn't resist. Her face was pale, but not in the way someone looks after death. It was unnaturally pale, as if her skin had been drained of life. Her lips were cracked, drawn into a half-smile that didn't reach her hollow eyes. Those eyes, dark, soulless, as though they had seen things that no living person ever should. I couldn't tear my gaze away from them. They felt as though they were burrowing into my soul, searching, waiting for something. She tilted her head slightly, and the movement made the shadows around her shift, seemed to follow her. The air grew even colder, and my breath came out in shallow gasps, visible in the damp night air. A chill ran down my spine as her voice, once a distant whisper, now rang out, clear and sharp, like a command that left no room for refusal. "Come closer, Daniel." It wasn't a request. It wasn't a plea. It was a demand, cold, unyielding, and filled with an authority that sent a wave of fear crashing over me. The way she said my name made my skin crawl, as though she knew me, as though she had been watching me long before I even arrived here. There was no escape from it. Her voice wrapped around me like chains, pulling me toward her. I felt my legs moving before I could stop them, my body betraying me, drawn to her presence despite every ounce of fear that screamed at me to run. I wanted to shout, to tell myself to turn around and get the hell out of there, but my voice failed me. The fear was too strong. I could barely think straight. Every step forward felt like I was sinking deeper into some sort of dark abyss. The shadows pressed closer now, moving in on me, growing more solid, more real with each passing moment. I could hear them whispering too, a low, dissonant hum that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. The woman's form wavered, as though she were flickering between this world and another. One moment she was there, standing tall and pale in the alley, and the next she was almost a blur, her shape bending and twisting like smoke. But even when she wasn't perfectly clear, her presence still loomed over me, oppressive, suffocating. "Come closer, Daniel," her voice echoed again, but this time there was something else in it. Something darker. A sharpness in her tone that made the words feel like a threat. I took another step, despite every instinct I had telling me to turn around, to run. My mind was screaming at me to break free, to snap out of whatever strange trance I was in. But my feet wouldn't stop moving. The pull was too strong, the force dragging me forward, deeper into the darkness of Old Town. Behind me, I heard something else. A rustle. A low, eerie sound that seemed to come from the shadows themselves. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I spun around, my eyes darting toward the street behind me. But there was nothing there, nothing but the endless darkness stretching out into the night. The voice called again, louder this time, as if it was inside my head. "You belong here, Daniel. You cannot leave." The words pierced through me like ice, and a cold dread spread through my chest. My heart pounded against my ribs, but I couldn't stop. My body was moving on its own now, taking me closer to her. The shadows were closing in on me from all sides, their edges sharp and jagged, like claws reaching out to drag me in. I tried to think, to force my mind to focus, to wake up from whatever nightmare this was. But the longer I stayed, the more the line between reality and the nightmare blurred. Every step felt like a surrender, as though I was falling deeper into her world, the world of shadows, of whispers, of things that couldn't possibly exist outside of dreams or nightmares. I was getting closer now, so close I could almost feel her icy breath on my skin. Her smile twisted, darker than before, as if she knew I was on the edge of breaking. "Don't resist, Daniel." And then, as if her words had unlocked something inside of me, my mind snapped into clarity for a brief, fleeting moment. "No. I am not staying here." My muscles screamed as I forced myself to stop moving, to stand my ground. I had to fight back. I had to. But it was already too late. The shadows surged forward, closing in around me. Her form was right in front of me now, her cold, hollow eyes staring down at me. Her lips parted, and she whispered again, her voice no longer a command, but a final warning. "You've already taken the first step, Daniel. You belong to me now." The shadows enveloped me, pulling me into the darkness, and for a moment, I thought I saw something else in the distance. A figure. A shape, standing in the street ahead, watching, waiting. It was like I was being drawn into an inescapable trap. My body trembled as the world around me dissolved, and I couldn't fight it any longer. I had crossed a line. There was no turning back. Time had become meaningless. Or maybe it had stopped altogether. I couldn't tell anymore. The streets had begun to change. The familiar cobblestones, the quaint storefronts, the old-fashioned lampposts that lined Old Town, they were all gone. In their place, a twisted, unfamiliar version of the town had emerged, one I didn't recognize. The buildings were leaning at angles, their windows dark, empty eyes staring out at me like sentient things. The path beneath my feet felt softer now, as though the earth itself was shifting, making it harder to move. I didn't know how long I'd been walking. The only sound I could hear was the rush of my own breath, shallow and erratic, as my footsteps echoed through the streets. The voice was gone now, for now. But the weight of it still lingered in the air, an oppressive presence that filled every inch of space around me. My body felt heavy, like I was moving through water. Each step was a struggle, as if the very ground beneath me was trying to pull me down, to trap me here. My hands trembled at my sides, and I couldn't stop the feeling of dread that was gnawing at the back of my mind. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. I forced myself to look around, trying to make sense of where I was. But everything was becoming blurry, distorted. The streets twisted, turning into unfamiliar alleys that stretched on forever, leading me deeper into the heart of this nightmare. The buildings loomed around me, their dark silhouettes casting long, terrifying shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. The air had turned thick, suffocating, and the closer I walked, the heavier it felt, pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten here. The last thing I remembered clearly was walking down the street, following the voice, but now nothing seemed familiar. I was in a part of Old Town I'd never seen before, if it was even Old Town anymore. The buildings were too twisted, the air too thick with that strange, unnatural heaviness. How did I end up here? I kept asking myself, over and over, but I couldn't answer. The question felt hollow, lost in the abyss that was slowly swallowing me whole. I stumbled forward, my feet unsteady, as I tried to get a grip on my surroundings. My vision blurred again, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, a shadow darting between two buildings, just beyond my reach. I whipped my head around, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the empty streets, stretching farther into the night. A sudden gust of wind swept through the alley, and I shuddered. It didn't feel like a normal breeze. It was colder than it should have been, carrying with it the scent of decay, like something had been left to rot for far too long. The wind howled through the empty streets, making the shadows dance, twisting them into grotesque shapes. The buildings seemed to lean in closer, as though they were watching me, closing in on me from all sides. Get out of here. Get out of here now. The thought burned in my mind, sharp and urgent. But where could I go? The streets were a maze, a labyrinth that had no end, no escape. I had walked too far, and now I was lost in a place that didn't seem to exist in the world I knew. The feeling of being watched was suffocating. I could feel eyes on me, countless eyes, peering out from the darkness, hidden behind the shadows, always just out of sight. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. The weight of their gaze pressed down on me like a physical force, and I couldn't escape it. I had to look, but I couldn't bring myself to. It was like a compulsion, a fear so deep that I knew if I turned, if I saw what was out there, I wouldn't be able to survive the terror it would bring. I heard the faintest sound then, like a whisper, barely audible against the howling wind. My name. Daniel. It came from all around me, carried by the breeze, but there was no one in sight. The voice was cold, hollow, and it sent a shiver up my spine. The shadows seemed to shift with the sound, as though they were moving closer to me. I took a step back, and that's when I noticed it. The street had changed again. The alley I had just passed was now gone, replaced by another. The road stretched ahead, but it was different now, longer. Far too long. The buildings were taller, the shadows deeper, the atmosphere heavier. The air had become so thick with the scent of decay and mold that I could taste it at the back of my throat. I started walking again, faster this time, my heart pounding in my chest. Where am I? The question echoed in my mind, but there was no answer. It was as if the town had swallowed me whole, pulling me deeper into its twisted core. I glanced over my shoulder again, but the shadows had already started to blur. The street behind me had disappeared completely, like it had never been there at all. I couldn't stop. I couldn't think straight. The fear was taking over, growing inside me like a storm, a panic that was too powerful to ignore. The world around me felt unreal, as though I was trapped inside a dream, a nightmare that I couldn't escape. With each step I took, the weight of the town pressed in on me more, suffocating, pulling me further into its heart. And the voice kept calling my name, now sounding like a chant, a rhythm that filled the air, echoing in the silence, growing louder, more insistent. Daniel. Daniel. I wanted to scream, to run, to wake up. But there was no escape. There was only the path ahead of me, leading deeper into the suffocating darkness of Old Town. I didn't know how long I had been wandering through the endless maze of streets, but the deepening sense of dread gnawed at me, making each step feel heavier than the last. The shadows were closing in around me, twisting and warping, and the air was thick, like I was breathing through a veil of smoke. Every sound, every creak, every rustle seemed amplified in the stillness. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, as if someone, or something, was standing just out of sight, watching me. And then, I saw it. An old, crumbling building loomed ahead of me, its facade hidden beneath layers of decay. The once white walls were now streaked with grime, and the windows were black, empty. Holes that seemed to stare back at me like dark, hollow eyes. The door hung loosely from one hinge, swaying gently in the breeze that was now swirling around me. There was something inviting about it, something that called to me, a pull I couldn't resist. The voice. It was clearer now, louder. Come inside, Daniel. It was different this time, softer, almost coaxing, like a whisper shared in confidence. It felt as if it had been waiting for me, calling me to this very spot. The air inside the building seemed to beckon with an eerie promise, pulling me in with an invisible force. I stood there for a moment, frozen, my heart racing. The building looked abandoned, neglected, like it hadn't been touched in years. Yet there was something about it, something familiar, as though I had seen it before. Without thinking, I stepped forward. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound grating on my ears, filling the silence with its harshness. The inside of the building was pitch black, save for the faintest slivers of moonlight streaming through cracks in the walls. The floor was covered in dust, old papers scattered haphazardly across the room. My footsteps echoed, loud and hollow, as I took a hesitant step inside. The building smelled musty, stale, like forgotten memories. The air was thick, heavy with an old, lingering sense of abandonment. But as soon as I crossed the threshold, I felt it, an immediate change. The temperature dropped, and my breath formed visible clouds in the cold air. The walls seemed to close in on me, the darkness pressing from every side. And then I heard it, the faintest sound at first, barely audible, like a breeze through dry leaves. But it wasn't the wind. It was coming from the walls. The whispering. It was a soft murmur, like distant voices, layered over one another, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The walls themselves seemed to hum with an energy that was both ancient and alive. The sound of whispers, indistinct but persistent, came from every direction, seeping through the cracks in the walls, filling the room with a low, constant murmur. "Daniel, come closer." The voice was clearer now, no longer just a distant call. It was right here, inside my head, inside my bones. I couldn't escape it. The whispers were growing louder, faster, until it felt as though they were drowning out everything else. I stumbled back, my pulse quickening, but the room, the walls, seemed to shift, warping around me. The space was no longer just a room, it was alive, breathing, shifting, pressing in on me from all sides. I stepped back again, my foot catching on something, papers, broken pieces of wood, scattered remnants of the building's past. My mind was racing. I had to leave. I had to get out of here. But the more I moved, the more the whispers seemed to follow me. The walls weren't just speaking now, they were talking to me, whispering secrets that I couldn't grasp, filling my mind with images of things I wasn't sure I wanted to see. The temperature dropped again, sharper this time, and my breath came out in thick clouds, hanging in the air like smoke. My skin prickled as if 1,000 invisible fingers were brushing against me, and the oppressive weight of the room pressed down on my chest. I felt the walls closing in, the very fabric of the building bending around me. "Daniel." The voice was unmistakable now. It wasn't just calling me. It was summoning me. I forced my legs to move, to push through the overwhelming sense of dread, but the floor felt unstable underfoot. Every step I took seemed to make the building shift, as if the ground itself was unwilling to hold me. The walls were whispering faster now, overlapping, 1,000 voices speaking in unison, each one more insistent than the last. And then, from the corner of the room, I saw it. A figure, barely visible in the darkness. It was a shadow at first, just a shape in the periphery of my vision. But as I turned toward it, the figure solidified, a woman, standing still, her form just beyond the reach of the pale moonlight. She was too still, too silent, her outline blurred, like a reflection in dirty glass. She seemed to be waiting for me, her presence like an anchor in the midst of the chaos that surrounded me. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as the woman's figure stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate, gliding through the darkness like a ghost. She was coming closer. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, each beat heavy with fear. "What do you want from me?" The question burned in my mind, but I couldn't speak it out loud. The woman's face remained a blur, her features indistinct, but I could feel her eyes on me, cold and piercing. "Come to me, Daniel." Her voice was now clear, louder than ever, as though it was coming from everywhere, the walls, the air, the very ground beneath my feet. It wasn't a plea. It was a demand. Her presence was like a weight pressing on me, pushing me forward, pulling me deeper into this nightmare I couldn't escape. The walls themselves seemed to ripple in response, the whispers intensifying, turning into a cacophony that rang in my ears, making it impossible to think. I wanted to turn and run. I wanted to scream, to fight, to escape this place, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. Every part of my body screamed in terror, but my mind was too foggy, too disoriented to do anything. "You cannot leave, Daniel." And then, everything went quiet. The door slammed shut behind me, the echo of its hollow thud vibrating through the building. I froze for a moment, my heart hammering in my chest, as the silence settled in. It was as if the entire town outside had disappeared, leaving only this old, decaying place to swallow me whole. The air inside was cold, unnaturally cold. It wasn't just the chill of an abandoned building or the drop in temperature that came with the night. No, this was something different. It seeped into my skin, numbing my fingers and making the back of my neck prickle with a sensation I couldn't explain. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, but it did little to stave off the deep, biting cold that seemed to crawl through the very walls. As I stepped further inside, the floorboards beneath my feet groaned in protest. The sound was low and drawn out, like a tired sigh from the house itself. The creaking was unsettling, as though the building were alive, groaning with age or perhaps something else. Each step I took seemed to provoke a new series of unnatural noises from the floor, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. I squinted into the darkness, my eyes struggling to adjust. The moonlight barely made it through the cracks in the walls and ceiling, and the building seemed to resist all attempts to illuminate it. The air was thick, heavy with a stale, musty odor, and every breath I took tasted like dust and mold. The faintest murmur reached my ears. It was so quiet at first that I wondered if I'd imagined it, just the wind, perhaps, or my own thoughts echoing in my head. But as I paused, listening, it came again, a soft whisper, distant but distinct, as if carried by the wind through the cracks in the walls. "Daniel." I shivered, the cold seeping deeper into my bones. It wasn't just the temperature, it was the feeling of being watched, of something unseen pressing against the air around me. I wasn't alone. That much was certain. And the whispers seemed to confirm it, their echoes crawling into my mind, filling every corner of the room with their haunting presence. I tried to rationalize it. It's just an old building. Old wood creaks. The wind makes strange noises in places like this. This is nothing. But as I walked deeper into the room, the murmur grew louder, clearer, more persistent. It wasn't just a trick of the mind. It was real. The voices were coming from somewhere within these walls. And they were growing, multiplying, twisting together into an almost hypnotic hum that reverberated in my skull. "Daniel." "Daniel." The sound of my name twisted through the air, as if the walls themselves were speaking it, echoing it in ways that didn't make sense. It wasn't one voice, it was many, all speaking together, layering over one another, their syllables tangled and indistinct. I stopped, my feet unwilling to move any further. The darkness pressed in on me from all sides, and I realized how alone I truly was. No one knew where I was. No one could hear me if I screamed. I was isolated, locked inside this place, surrounded by walls that seemed to breathe, whisper, and shift in the dim light. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts, to make sense of it all. It's just an old building, I told myself again. Just old wood and dust. The sound carries in places like this. But even as I whispered the words to myself, I knew they weren't enough to make the fear go away. The whispers grew louder, sharper, more insistent. The voices were coming closer now, as if the walls themselves were closing in around me. They weren't just echoes anymore, they were alive. Pulsing, breathing, whispering things I couldn't understand. Things I didn't want to understand. Suddenly, the floor creaked again, this time, louder and more abruptly than before. My body tensed, every muscle frozen in place. The sound wasn't like the groaning of old wood. It was a footstep. Someone, or something, was walking through the building with me. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, my heart racing. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to turn around, to run back through that door, to escape this nightmare. But the whispers were everywhere now, swirling in the air, surrounding me, pressing in on me from every direction. They didn't want me to leave. They wanted me to stay. Come closer, Daniel. The voice was clear now, unmistakable. It was no longer a whisper, it was a command. I felt the air around me grow heavier, the temperature plunging even further, until it felt like the walls were closing in, suffocating me. The building felt too small, too oppressive, and every creak of the floorboard underfoot felt like a reminder that I was trapped. I glanced around the room again, my eyes darting to every shadow, every corner, desperate to find something, anything that could explain what was happening. But all I could see was darkness. And then, the whispering stopped. For a brief, terrible moment, there was nothing. No sound. No movement. The silence was deafening, as though the entire building was holding its breath. Then, from the farthest corner of the room, a low, guttural sound broke the stillness. A dragging, shuffling noise, like something scraping across the floor. My heart lurched in my chest. The hairs on my neck stood on end as I turned toward the sound, dread filling every part of me. I could see nothing, just the darkness pressing against the edges of my vision. But I could feel it. The presence. Something was there. Something that didn't belong. I took a step back, but the walls, the floor, the very air seemed to shift, pushing me forward, urging me deeper into the building. The whispers returned, louder now, echoing in my mind, demanding my attention. The door I had entered through was no longer visible. It had vanished, swallowed by the shadows. And the walls were watching me. The murmur grew stronger, and suddenly, I understood. They weren't just whispers, they were calls. Come. Daniel. And I knew then that I wasn't the one they were waiting for. I was the one they wanted to keep. The air around me felt thicker, heavier, as though the very walls of the building were closing in, squeezing me into a space that was too small, too tight. I could barely breathe, my chest tightening with each passing second. My heart was a hammer in my ribcage, each beat sending waves of panic through my body. The cold had grown unbearable, but it wasn't just the temperature, it was the feeling of being surrounded, trapped in a space that was no longer just a building but something alive. The voice. It had changed. It wasn't just a whisper now, or even just a call from a single direction. It was everywhere. Daniel, come closer. Daniel. The sound came from all around me, swirling through the air, slipping into my ears, burrowing into my brain. It was like the very walls themselves were speaking, no, whispering, to me. But it wasn't just one voice anymore. There were dozens, hundreds, voices layered over each other, echoing and distorting, all calling my name. I couldn't tell where one voice ended and the next began. It was like the air itself had become a chorus of whispers, each one more insistent than the last. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I felt my skin crawl. The sound was so pervasive, so all-encompassing, that I couldn't escape it. The voices were in the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and the darkness itself. I turned in place, my head jerking from side to side, desperately searching for the source. But the shadows were thick, and the moonlight barely made it through the cracks in the walls. Every time I thought I saw something, a shape, a flicker in the dark, it was gone the moment I looked directly at it. The room seemed to stretch out before me, endless, distorted. The deeper I stepped into the darkness, the further away everything seemed to get, as though the building itself was shifting, reshaping around me. The whispers grew louder, overwhelming, until they were all I could hear. They weren't just calling me now, they were commanding me. Daniel, you must come closer. The words were sharp, urgent, like an invisible hand pulling me forward, tugging at my soul. My legs moved on their own, carrying me further into the room, deeper into the heart of the building, as though I were a puppet and the voice with the strings. My mind screamed to stop, to turn around and run, but my body didn't listen. The cold was suffocating. It wasn't just the chill of the air anymore, it felt as though the building itself was exhaling a deep, unnatural breath, filling the space with a suffocating weight. Each step I took made the walls seem to close in tighter, pressing against my skin as if they were suffocating me too. I stumbled forward, my feet dragging, my heart pounding, but I couldn't stop myself. The whispers were too powerful, too demanding. They pulled me deeper into the darkness, guiding my every move. Daniel, come closer, to us. The voice now had a strange edge to it, a sharpness that felt like it was scraping against my insides, tugging at something deep within me. It was no longer a voice I could dismiss, no longer something I could rationalize. It was here, in the room, in the air, inside my mind. There was no escape from it. I tried to scream, to shout, but my mouth was dry, the words caught in my throat. I was frozen in place, trapped within the walls of this forsaken place. I turned again, looking for the door, for any way out, but there was nothing. The walls had become a blur, shifting and morphing, the shadows merging into one endless, dark abyss. My eyes strained to see, but there was no light, nothing but the oppressive darkness that seemed to choke the air. You cannot leave, Daniel. You are already one of us. The voice now rang clear, as though it were inside my skull, inside my very being. It wasn't just speaking to me anymore. It was me. My body trembled with the realization. The walls weren't just whispering to me, they were feeding on me. The building itself was alive, and I was part of it now. There was no escape. Suddenly, the floor beneath my feet buckled. The ground gave way with a sickening groan, and I fell, sprawling onto the cold, damp wood. I hit the floor hard, gasping for breath, my body jolted by the impact. The whispers rose to a crescendo, louder, faster, filling every corner of my mind. You are ours now, Daniel. You belong here, with us. I tried to push myself up, my hands shaking, but the floor seemed to shift beneath me, the boards warping and bending. The walls groaned, their whispers intensifying, their sound rising like a tidal wave. The shadows began to stretch toward me, elongating, becoming more tangible. I could see them now, shapes, dark and indistinct, crawling along the walls like creatures, their movements jerky and unnatural. They reached for me, their tendrils of darkness curling around my legs, pulling me deeper into the suffocating blackness. I gasped, trying to free myself, but the shadows wrapped tighter, their cold touch burning my skin. The whispers were all around me now, deafening. I could hear nothing else, feel nothing else but the cold, the darkness, and the pull of the shadows, dragging me further into their grasp. And then, through the whirlwind of terror and confusion, I understood. This was the end. I wasn't just lost in an old building. I had walked into their world. And I would never leave. The shadows twisted around me like living things, but I couldn't stop moving. My feet dragged me deeper into the building, each step an involuntary action as I followed the pull of the whispers. The voices were everywhere now, rising and falling like a song, no longer just echoing but pulsating through the walls. They were woven into the very fabric of the place, as though the building itself were alive and hungry. The air was thick, heavy, pressing down on me from all sides, suffocating me with its coldness. I couldn't hear anything but the whispers until, finally, I noticed something strange. A faint outline on the wall caught my eye, a series of scratches, too deliberate to be random. I paused, blinking through the haze of fear and confusion, my mind struggling to focus. I leaned closer, my hand brushing the cold, rough surface of the wall. The marks were too deep to be simply worn by time. They were carvings, etched into the wood and stone with purpose. Symbols. Strange, cryptic symbols that seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, as if they were alive, waiting for something or someone. I swallowed hard, a shiver racing down my spine. There was a familiarity to them, but not in any logical way. They weren't from any language I recognized, and yet something deep within me seemed to stir, as though I had seen them before, or should have. But there was no place in my mind that made sense of them. The shapes danced across the wall like twisted figures in a nightmare, spirals, jagged lines, and circles interlocking in ways that made my head throb just looking at them. The whispers grew louder as I studied the symbols. I could feel them tugging at my consciousness, urging me to understand, to decipher them. The more I looked, the more intense the sensation became. It wasn't just the symbols on the walls. The entire room felt like it was closing in, drawing my thoughts toward one singular, terrifying conclusion. These symbols weren't just marks. They were a warning. A barrier. A key. But to what? I took a step back, my breathing shallow. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the markings. The more I looked at them, the more I felt like they were drawing me in, as though the walls themselves were reaching for me. The voice in the distance, that same voice, seemed to grow stronger now, woven with the sound of the whispers in the walls. It wasn't calling me anymore. No, now it was urging me forward. It was an insistent hum, an invitation. Come closer, Daniel, understand. It is your purpose. The words were like an itch under my skin. I could feel the pull, stronger now, guiding me toward the symbols. My feet moved on their own, compelled, unwilling to stop. Every instinct I had screamed to run, to leave this place, but the urge to approach the symbols was irresistible. My mind fought against it, but my body betrayed me, dragging me closer and closer to the dark heart of the building. The walls seemed to shift as I moved, the symbols growing more vivid, more intricate, until they filled my entire vision. The shapes were no longer just carved into the surface, they seemed to be alive, pulsating with a sickly light, swirling and twisting in patterns I couldn't follow. They were moving, shifting, changing, as though they were trying to speak to me, trying to pull something from my mind. "Daniel, it's time." I froze. The voice was clearer now, like a whisper in my ear, soft but unmistakable. It was everywhere, inside my head, inside the walls. The symbols had come alive, drawing me into their depths, their meaning filling the air like a suffocating fog. I could no longer ignore it. I reached out. My hand hovered over the wall, trembling, as though the symbols themselves were waiting for my touch. The air crackled, charged with energy, and I could feel the static dance through my fingertips, the pulse of the symbols making my skin tingle, sending shivers up my spine. And then, I touched it. The instant my skin made contact with the cold wood, everything around me shifted. The floor trembled beneath my feet, the building groaning as though it were alive. The whispers erupted into a cacophony, louder than ever before, rising and falling like a tidal wave crashing over me. The walls seemed to open, the symbols stretching outward, pulling me into their depths. I stumbled back, a scream trapped in my throat. I tried to pull my hand away, but it felt like the wall was sucking me in, pulling my entire body closer. I could hear the voices, the hundreds of voices, all calling my name, all chanting together in unison, "Daniel! Daniel, you are ours." The room was spinning now, the symbols blurring together into a whirlpool of dark shapes, pulling at my mind, at my very soul. The walls were alive, and they were hungry. I wanted to run. I needed to run. But my body was no longer mine. The whispers had taken control, and all I could do was listen. "It is too late now," the voice whispered again, so close I could feel its breath on my skin. "You belong to us, Daniel. Forever." I gasped, feeling the last remnants of my own will fade, lost in the overwhelming flood of whispers and shadows that surrounded me. I had crossed the threshold. There was no going back. I could feel the presence around me, pressing on all sides. The air was thick, suffocating, swirling with the voices. But now, the whispers weren't just distant echoes, they were focused, pulling toward me with an undeniable urgency. The walls seemed to hum with them, vibrating beneath my fingertips as I pulled away from the symbols, my heart hammering in my chest. But then, something shifted. The voices ceased, the relentless hum fading into an unnerving silence. My breath caught in my throat as the sudden quiet surrounded me, more terrifying than the noise had ever been. I felt my pulse race, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The stillness was deafening, heavy with the promise of something worse. And then, clear as day, a voice cut through the silence. It wasn't a whisper this time. It wasn't even a call. It was direct, sharp, insistent, and unmistakably real. "You're closer than you think." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I froze. I couldn't move. My heart thudded painfully in my chest, and the blood rushed to my ears. The voice was unmistakable. It wasn't just an echo anymore, it was speaking to me, directly to me, as though it were right beside me. And yet, I couldn't see anything. The room was still dark, too dark for comfort, and the shadows seemed to stretch even further, swirling in response to the words. I turned around in a panic, looking for the source, my breathing shallow and frantic. I couldn't tell where the voice had come from. There was no one here, no figure, no form, no shape. Just the endless stretch of darkness around me. Who are you?" My voice was shaky, weak, as if speaking would somehow shatter the fragile thread of control I still had left. But there was no answer. Just the sound of my own breath, quick and desperate, as if the building itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Closer. The word echoed through the room, a whispering command that sent a chill running down my spine. The voice wasn't even calling my name anymore. It was a statement, like a warning. A promise. I could feel my mind unraveling, the tension mounting, pushing me towards something I couldn't quite understand. Something was happening. I could sense it, the air growing thick and cold around me, the weight of unseen eyes pressing in. I stumbled back, my legs shaking, trying to find the strength to move. My mind raced with thoughts, rational thoughts, desperate thoughts, anything to keep from succumbing to the overwhelming fear that gripped my chest. It's just the stress, I told myself. Just the fear. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. It wasn't just fear. There was something here with me, something old and ancient that needed me to understand, to come closer. The walls seemed to pulse again, the markings on them shifting, moving, as if they were alive and waiting. The darkness around me seemed to deepen, drawing me toward it, wrapping around me like a cocoon of suffocating shadow. The voice, no, the presence, was closer now. I could feel it, like a weight pressing on my chest, pushing me down into the floor. And then, just when I thought I might lose control completely, the voice spoke again. You're already here. The words sent a jolt through me, as though the air had been sucked from the room, leaving only emptiness behind. My stomach twisted in knots, and I felt the world around me shift, the ground beneath my feet suddenly unstable, like the room was tilting on its axis. I reached out blindly, my fingers scraping against the wall, but it wasn't solid anymore. The texture had changed. The walls felt slick, like wet stone. The whispers had grown louder again, building into a cacophony that reverberated through my entire body, rattling my bones. Closer, the voice repeated, its command laced with a dark promise. Panic surged within me, overwhelming every thought, every impulse to stay calm. I spun around, looking for any way out, but the building had changed. The hallways stretched on forever, the doors and windows were gone, and the walls seemed to close in on me. There was no escape. I was trapped. You're closer than you think, Daniel. The voice echoed again, and this time, there was something else in it, recognition. It knew me. It had always known me. I didn't want to believe it. But something deep inside me, a cold, horrifying truth, started to settle in. It wasn't just calling me. It was waiting for me. My breath hitched, my legs trembling beneath me. The panic was rising, clawing at my throat, choking me. I needed to run, but I couldn't move. My body was paralyzed, rooted to the spot by the oppressive weight of the voice and the shadows. The building was alive now, suffocating me, holding me in place. The walls seemed to watch me, their markings twisting and shifting, forming new patterns I couldn't understand but felt in my soul. The symbols were alive in a way that felt like my fate. I could no longer tell where the room ended and I began. The voice, the presence, it was inside me now. The walls, the building, the air, it was all part of it. And I was part of it too. I didn't need to hear the voice again to know what was coming next. I had crossed the threshold, and I was already lost. I couldn't tell what was real anymore. The walls were breathing. I could feel them, shifting, pulsing with the same rhythm as my own heartbeat. The air was thick, dense, like it was trying to suffocate me, to press every thought out of my mind, leaving only that voice. That voice that was never far away, always lingering at the edge of my consciousness, whispering my name. Daniel. The sound of it was like a song, and yet it was the most horrifying sound I'd ever heard. It was close, too close. My skin prickled as though it were inches from me, but every time I turned around, nothing was there. The shadows remained, creeping and curling along the floor, growing in intensity, swallowing the corners of the room until there was nothing left but blackness. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. It felt like days. Or maybe hours. Maybe minutes. Time had become a concept I couldn't grasp anymore. Each second stretched on, drawn out like a rubber band that might snap at any moment. I tried to focus, tried to ground myself, but every time I looked at the walls, the symbols shifted, their jagged lines warping into something new. I could feel them pulling at my thoughts, yanking me deeper into a place I didn't recognize. Is this real? I asked myself the question 1,000 times, but the answer always seemed to slip away from me, just out of reach. The rational part of my mind wanted to scream, to tell myself I was dreaming, that none of this could be real. It had to be some twisted hallucination brought on by exhaustion, or stress, or some dark trick my mind had decided to play. It didn't make sense. None of it made sense. But then, as I pressed my hand against the wall to steady myself, the surface rippled under my touch. I recoiled, my breath catching in my throat, heart pounding harder than before. I knew I hadn't imagined that. The wall had moved, shifted, and it had felt alive. I staggered back, eyes wide, desperately searching for anything to explain what was happening. But there was nothing. Just the whispers. Just the shadows. Just the oppressive weight of this place, growing heavier with every passing second. I closed my eyes, pressing my hands to my temples, trying to block out the noise, the voices, the feeling that the world around me was folding in on itself. Maybe I'm asleep, I thought, grasping at the thought like a lifeline. Maybe this is all a nightmare. Just a dream. But the longer I stood there, the more I realized that dreams didn't feel like this. Dreams didn't have substance. They didn't have the raw, suffocating weight of this, whatever it was. The ground beneath me felt wrong, as though the floor wasn't solid anymore. I took a tentative step forward, and the floor creaked unnaturally, groaning under my weight like it was a living thing. A chill ran through my body, my heart stuttering in my chest. I was losing control. It wasn't just the building that was distorting around me. It was me. My thoughts were fraying, unraveling like a thread pulled from a fraying sweater. I couldn't keep a coherent thought in my head for long. The more I tried to focus on one thing, the more it slipped away, replaced by something else, another voice, another whisper, another feeling that I couldn't quite place. My breath was shallow now, my heart racing. Every part of me screamed to leave, to find a way out of this madness, but I couldn't move. My legs were like lead, my body frozen in place, caught in the grip of something I couldn't understand. What is happening to me? I was too afraid to open my eyes, afraid that if I looked again, the walls would be watching me. Or worse, the shadows might reach out and drag me back into whatever dark place they came from. I had no idea if I had been here for minutes or hours, but the silence between the whispers felt like it was pulling me into something deeper, something beyond the limits of reason. This is a dream, I told myself again, forcing the thought through my mind, trying to anchor myself in some form of reality. Just a dream. Just a nightmare. But even as the words formed in my mind, they felt hollow. They didn't hold the weight they should have. I couldn't trust my own thoughts anymore. I couldn't trust anything. The voice returned, soft but unmistakable, like a hand reaching into my mind. You are here, Daniel. You always have been. My heart stopped, the world around me blurring as the voice wrapped around me like a noose. My legs buckled beneath me, and I collapsed to the floor, my hands trembling as I clutched at the cold wood. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. And as I lay there, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty, I realized something terrifying. I didn't know if I had ever been anywhere else. Had I been brought here? Had I always been here? Or had the walls, the voices, the shadows already claimed me long before I ever set foot in Old Town? I couldn't remember. I couldn't separate the past from the present anymore. Maybe this is all real, I thought. Or maybe I'm already lost. I didn't know. And I didn't know if I ever would. I was drifting. I could feel myself untethering, as though the threads that held me to reality were slowly unraveling, pulling me into an abyss of confusion. My mind flickered like a broken light, and with each passing moment, the world around me seemed to blur and shift. What was real? What was imagined? The line between them grew thinner and thinner, until I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Suddenly, memories that weren't mine began to surface. Flashes of unfamiliar faces, places, and moments filled my mind in quick bursts, too fast to comprehend, too clear to ignore. I saw a woman, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear as she looked over her shoulder at something or someone that wasn't there. I saw an old house, darkened and decayed, windows shattered and walls crumbling. A child's laughter, haunting and distant, echoed through the haze of these visions. None of it made sense. None of it fit. I didn't know these people, these places. I had never seen them before. But they felt so real. The emotions attached to them were raw, visceral, fear, regret, longing. As though I had lived these moments myself. What is happening? The words echoed in my mind, but they were swallowed by a louder sound. A voice, deeper now, more insistent, more familiar. It grew louder and louder, wrapping itself around my thoughts, luring me in, pulling me deeper into the void. Come closer. The voice, seductive and persistent, felt like a warm hand on my chest, pushing me towards something I couldn't quite see. It was soothing, comforting even, like a lullaby sung in a language I couldn't understand but felt in my very bones. I wanted to obey, wanted to fall into the embrace of it, to follow the whispers and let them take me somewhere safe. But something in my gut screamed at me to resist. I snapped my head around, trying to shake the feeling, to ground myself in something real. But the shadows, they were different now. They were more than just shadows. Figures began to appear at the edges of my vision, flitting in and out of my sight like dark, fleeting silhouettes. When I turned to look at them directly, they were gone. But I knew they were there. I could feel them watching, lurking just beyond the reach of my sight. I tried to breathe, to focus. I clutched my head in my hands, pressing my palms to my temples as if I could physically stop the chaos in my mind. But the more I tried to push the visions away, the stronger they became. The flashes grew faster, more intense, strange figures that danced in the periphery of my vision, their faces contorted in agony or in rapture. They were there, and yet they weren't. You're not alone, Daniel, the voice whispered again, and this time it wasn't a request. It was a command. My pulse raced as the presence grew stronger, more suffocating, and I couldn't tell if the figure moving in my periphery was real or just another trick my mind was playing. Was I hallucinating? Was I losing my mind? Or was there truly something, someone, here with me? I turned sharply, my eyes desperately searching the shadows, but there was nothing. Just the dark, empty walls, the oppressive silence hanging in the air, and the relentless pressure of the voice, coaxing me, urging me forward. Come closer. I could feel it, deep in my chest. The voice wasn't just speaking to me anymore. It was becoming me. The walls, the shadows, the figures, all of it was merging, pulling together into one dark, suffocating presence. A presence that wanted me, needed me, to cross that line I had been fighting against. But as the voice grew louder, more seductive, the memories, those flashes, grew clearer. The woman's face, the child's laugh, the crumbling house, all of it was woven into the very fabric of this place. Was this my past? Were these my memories? Had they been buried, lost to time? Or had I just stepped into someone else's nightmare, becoming part of their twisted world? A cold chill swept over me, and for the first time, I began to understand. This wasn't just a building. This wasn't just a ghost story. This was a place where past and present collided, where the voices and shadows held the power to rewrite reality, to steal not only your life, but your very soul. I have to get out, I thought, but even as the words formed in my mind, they felt like a hollow plea. The pull was too strong now. The voice was in me, the figures were part of me, and the boundaries between what was real and what was not had long since dissolved. I couldn't escape it. I couldn't escape them. And the worst part? I wasn't sure I wanted to anymore. The voice called again, soft and sweet, like a lover's whisper in the dark. Come closer, Daniel. It was no longer just a command. It was a promise. And I felt myself, inch by inch, giving in. It happened in a flash, sudden and violent, so quick that I barely had time to react. I was standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by those dark, twisting shadows, my mind still reeling from the overwhelming voices, when I felt it. A sharp, biting cold that cut through my skin like a knife, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. My breath caught, turning to mist before my eyes, and for a moment, everything stopped. Time seemed to freeze, and then it happened. I was shoved, hard. A force, invisible but powerful, slammed into me from behind, knocking me forward, my chest hitting the cold, splintering wood of the floor. My palms scraped against the rough surface as I struggled to push myself back up, heart hammering in my chest. I turned to look, panic rising in my throat, but there was nothing there. Nothing visible. But I felt it. I felt it in every fiber of my being. Something was there. Something that wasn't supposed to be. The air grew heavier, suffocating. My vision blurred, the shadows around me seeming to thicken, twist, and pulse as though they were alive. The oppressive silence was broken only by the sound of my own breath, shallow and ragged, the echo of my heartbeat thundering in my ears. I wasn't alone. It wasn't just the voice anymore, or the flickering memories. It wasn't just the creeping shadows at the edge of my vision. This was something more. Something tangible. Something real. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing. I had to leave. I had to escape. But the space around me felt wrong. The walls, the floor, the very air itself seemed to be closing in, pressing against me from all sides. I could feel the weight of an unseen presence, closing in on me like a tightening vice. Then, a whisper, soft, breathless, like a cold wind against my ear. Daniel. It was there, right next to me, so close that I could feel the hairs on my neck prickle. My heart stopped in my chest. My breath hitched. I spun around, my eyes wide, searching the room, desperate to find something, anything, that could explain what was happening. But there was nothing. Nothing but the dark, empty air and the cold that still clung to my skin like ice. I could hear my pulse in my ears, thumping louder and louder. The voice, her voice, came again, not just from the air, but from inside my head, wrapping around my thoughts. You've come so far. You're almost home. My mind reeled. Home? What did that mean? This wasn't home. This wasn't anything I recognized. This was a nightmare. It had to be. I wasn't sure if I was still standing in that abandoned building in Old Town, or if I had somehow slipped into a world of shadow and madness. I could feel the cold again, sharper this time, biting into my skin like claws. It was everywhere, around me, under me, above me. The air was thick, and the silence was deafening. And then, I saw it. A shadow, no, not a shadow. It was too solid. It moved like a person, but it wasn't a person. It was like a dark, twisted reflection, its form wavering like smoke, like something that was not meant to exist in the physical world. I could see her face now, pale, gaunt, the skin stretched too tightly across her bones. Her eyes were black, wide and empty, staring into mine with an intensity that froze my blood in my veins. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. Only the feeling of her presence, heavy, suffocating. You belong with us, Daniel, the voice whispered, and this time it was not a question. It was a command, a promise. I stumbled backward, terror locking my limbs. There was no escape. I was trapped in this place, in this moment, where the line between reality and something far darker was completely erased. My breath came in ragged gasps as I turned to run, my feet slipping on the wet floor, but the shadows reached for me. I could hear them, feel them closing in, their cold fingers brushing against my skin as I struggled to move. The walls seemed to shift, bending toward me, the space warping like a funhouse, the doorways collapsing into themselves. I wasn't sure if I was running from the darkness, or if I was running toward it, but either way, it didn't matter. I could hear her voice again, growing louder and louder, as if it were the very air around me, suffocating me, pulling me closer. "It's too late, Daniel," she said, the words dripping with finality. "You've crossed the line. You'll never leave. You're one of us now." I screamed, but the sound was swallowed up by the thick, suffocating silence. I tried to turn, to find a way out, but the building had changed. The walls were closing in. The floor seemed to bend under my weight. The shadows had grown, becoming more solid, more real, and the presence of the figure behind me, her, felt as though it was pressing against my very soul. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could feel was the cold, and the voice, and the presence that had become my reality. And then, the darkness swallowed me whole. I stopped running. The air was thick, stifling, pressing down on me from all sides, and the ground felt unsteady beneath my feet. I was trapped in a maze of streets that should have been familiar, but they weren't anymore. Nothing felt familiar. The buildings, once charming and historical, now loomed over me like towering, dark sentinels, their windows dark and empty, watching, waiting. I tried to focus, tried to think, but my mind felt fractured, broken into pieces that I couldn't put back together. My body was moving on its own, dragging me forward even though I knew, deep down, that I couldn't escape. The voice, the shadows, the cold, they had seeped into my very bones, into my soul, until there was nothing left but the urge to follow, to obey, to surrender. "You're almost there." Her voice slithered into my thoughts, soft and cold, like fingers tracing the back of my neck. It was no longer a mere invitation, no longer a desperate call. It was a claim. It was ownership. It was power. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog from my thoughts, but the more I struggled, the stronger the pull became. It wasn't just that the voice was calling me, it was trying to claim me, to drag me into its darkness, to fold me into the walls, the shadows, the very town itself. For a moment, I felt a wave of clarity, a brief flicker of recognition. This place wasn't just haunted. The buildings weren't just old, they were part of something. Part of a system. The shadows weren't just shapes in the night, they were pieces of something larger. Something alive. Something that wanted me. The town. The voice. The walls. They weren't separate entities, they were all connected. They had always been connected, and I had just stumbled into their web. Into their world. A chill washed over me, and I froze. The realization hit me with the force of a cold slap to the face. The people who had come here before me, had they all been drawn in the same way? Had they all heard the voice? Had they all been led here, into the twisting streets, only to become part of the darkness that consumed everything in this place? Had they, too, been seduced by the promise of a home that didn't exist? I thought of the faces I'd seen in my flashes of memory, the woman, the child, the figures with hollow eyes. Were they like me now? Were they part of the shadows? Were they trapped here, just waiting for someone else to follow them into the depths? I stumbled, my vision swimming, my chest tightening with dread. I could feel the presence all around me, pressing in, suffocating me. The town was alive with it, the very ground beneath me pulsing with the rhythm of a heartbeat. It was alive, breathing, waiting. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. I was paralyzed, rooted to the spot, and the shadows that surrounded me grew darker, more tangible, like they were shifting, becoming something more. The voice came again, not just from the air, but from inside my mind. It wasn't calling me anymore. It was commanding me. "You belong here, Daniel. You always have. You've always been part of us." The walls seemed to ripple, like waves passing through them, and I realized, with a sickening jolt, that the walls, the very structures of this town, were alive. Not in the way that a person is alive, but in the way that a corpse can still move, still writhe, when it's possessed by something far older, far more malevolent. I tried to move, tried to break free, but my legs felt like lead, my body refusing to obey. The shadows closed in, and I saw them clearly now, not just fleeting glimpses at the edges of my vision, but full, solid shapes, their forms distorted and grotesque. Faces, arms, limbs, all reaching toward me. "Don't fight it," the voice whispered, now a soft caress against my ear. It was no longer cold. It was warm, inviting, like a lover's embrace. I closed my eyes, trying to block it out, but the pressure in my chest grew unbearable. I felt the ground beneath me shift, as though the earth itself was moving, pulling me down. I could feel the town, this town, growing hungry, growing impatient. It didn't want me to fight. It didn't want me to escape. It wanted me to belong to it. I opened my eyes, and in the distance, I saw it, a figure, standing motionless in the street. A woman. Her face was pale, her features twisted with the same hollow emptiness I'd seen in the shadows. She stared at me with eyes too wide, too dark, as though she could see right through me. "Come, Daniel, she said, her voice smooth and cold. You are one of us now. The pull was unbearable now, like invisible hands wrapped around my chest, squeezing tighter and tighter. My breath quickened, my heart racing, but the voice, the shadows, the walls, they all seemed to drown out everything else. I couldn't think. I couldn't fight. I was slipping, falling into the blackness. It was too late. There was no escape. I could feel it. The town had claimed me. The walls, the shadows, the whispers, they were all one. They were me, and I was them. And there was no way back. The darkness folded over me. It came all at once, an overwhelming surge of clarity, like a light breaking through the suffocating darkness. I could think, finally. I could see the truth of what was happening. I had to leave. The thought was like a beacon, cutting through the fog of confusion and dread that had clouded my mind. I had to get out. No matter the cost. The shadows, the voice, the town, it didn't matter. I had to escape this nightmare before it consumed me completely. But as soon as the thought formed, my body moved of its own accord, a desperate urgency pushing me forward toward the direction I thought was the exit. The direction I had entered from. But as I ran, my heart pounding in my chest, my footsteps sounded wrong, too loud, too echoed. The air was still thick, suffocating, and the town around me felt off. I turned the corner, expecting to see the familiar street that led toward the main square, but there was nothing. The road stretched on, endless and twisting, like it had no beginning and no end. I felt a chill creep down my spine as the walls seemed to shift, their outlines blurring as though they were alive, breathing with the same hunger I had felt pressing on me. The sound of my footsteps was the only thing breaking the silence, but even that started to distort, growing louder, then quieter, like I was walking in a vacuum or underwater. I tried to turn back, but the path I had just taken had disappeared. The alleyways, the buildings, they weren't the same. They were warped now, twisted versions of what I had seen earlier. Streets that had once felt warm and inviting now felt cold, foreign, and oppressive. The shadows between the buildings seemed to stretch longer, darker. I stopped dead in my tracks. The town had changed. The old town I knew, the streets, the buildings, the historical charm, was gone. In its place was something darker, something more ancient, like a reflection of the town twisted by a malevolent force. The buildings around me loomed taller now, their windows like empty eyes, watching my every move. There was no one else here. No tourists. No sound of laughter or conversation. It was just me and the cold, suffocating emptiness of this warped version of Old Town. Where was I? I turned again, my chest tight, and I saw it, the street I had just come from, but it was different. The street I had followed before was no longer there. It had become a narrow, cramped alleyway, its entrance blocked by a tangle of dark vines that seemed to pulse and writhe like they were alive. The town had swallowed it whole, consumed the space, leaving only this twisted, distorted version in its place. I tried to walk forward again, but the road stretched further and further, always out of reach. No matter how much I walked, I was always farther from the way out, as if the town itself were playing a cruel game, shifting, changing, bending the space around me. The shadows seemed to grow longer, stretch further, wrapping around me, drawing closer. And then I heard it. The voice. Not distant. Not faint. But right here, right next to me, as though it had always been with me, waiting. You can't leave, Daniel. I froze. The voice was cold, deep, and insistent. Her voice. The voice I had come to dread. The one that had called me from the beginning, that had wrapped itself around my mind, pulling me deeper into this nightmare. I turned to face it, but I couldn't see her. The shadows shifted, but no figure emerged. It was as if she was part of the town now, embedded in it, in the walls, in the very air. You belong here now. You are a part of us. I felt it then, the overwhelming sensation that I had never truly been alone here. The walls, the streets, the shadows, they were all alive, all part of her, part of this place. And now, I was, too. I staggered back, my breath coming in sharp gasps, my heart racing. There was no escape. There was no path back. The town had shifted around me, sealed me in, making it impossible to leave. I was trapped. Trapped in a version of Old Town that had been warped and twisted by something far older and far darker than I could have imagined. I turned in every direction, searching for any sign of a way out, but there was nothing. The streets were endless, the buildings shifting like a labyrinth that had no center, no exit. And the voice, that soft, cold whisper, followed me wherever I went, as if it were woven into the very fabric of this place. The realization settled in my chest like a weight, a crushing, suffocating weight. I wasn't just lost. I wasn't just confused. I was trapped in a world that wasn't mine, a world that had claimed me as its own, and there was no way back. There was no way out. The town, the shadows, the voice, they had won. And as I stood there, surrounded by the cold, silent walls, I knew one thing for sure: I would never leave. I would never see the light of day again. I would become just another shadow in Old Town, a whisper in the darkness. I had become part of the town, part of its story, just like all the others who had come before me. And now, I was one of them. The moment I stepped forward, the town shifted again. The atmosphere grew even heavier, thicker, and the air felt like it was pressing in from all sides, suffocating me. I glanced around, trying to make sense of what was happening, but nothing seemed right. The buildings that once stood proud and historic now appeared faded, their colors muted as if washed out by time or by something far more sinister. The cobblestone streets, once familiar, were slick with a fog that seemed to crawl along the ground, wrapping itself around my legs as I moved forward. It was as if I had crossed into another world, a place where time didn't exist. I reached out a hand, but the mist seemed to absorb it, swirling around my fingers as though it had a life of its own. The streets were empty, utterly, eerily empty. No tourists wandered by, no laughter echoed in the air. The silence was suffocating, unnatural, and yet the very air hummed with a strange energy. It felt as if something was watching me, something waiting. I tried to walk, but the steps felt heavy, reluctant, as though the ground itself was pulling at me, urging me to stop. But I couldn't. I couldn't just stand there, unable to move, trapped in the fog and the mist and the silence. So I pushed forward, dragging my feet along the slick cobblestones, the shadows of the buildings stretching long, impossibly long, in the fog. The mist curled around me like fingers, but I barely noticed it now, my mind consumed with the feeling that this place, this alternate version of Old Town, was more than just a ghost town. It wasn't just abandoned. It was a prison for those who had gotten lost. For those who had been pulled into its depths, like me. I looked down one of the alleys to my left, but all I could see was the thickening fog, swirling around the corners of buildings, swallowing everything in sight. The buildings that had once seemed like they were made of stone and history now felt hollow, like shells, empty and meaningless. There were no sounds. Not the hum of life, not the creak of wooden doors or the whisper of wind against the walls. Just silence. My pulse quickened and a cold shiver ran through me. I had been here before, hadn't I? Not in body, but in mind. This was the place the voice had led me to, and it wasn't just a place of shadows. It was a place of the lost. There were no people here, not really. At least, not the kind of people I had known. There were figures, but they moved like they were part of the mist itself, fading in and out of sight, their faces pale and blank, their eyes empty. There was no one to speak to, no one to ask for help. It was as if they didn't even see me, like I was invisible, like I wasn't even meant to be here. I forced myself to look away from the figures, focusing instead on the town, on the streets. The town stretched out before me, like a labyrinth, every road leading nowhere, every building offering no refuge. It was as if the town itself was designed to trap those who entered, like a maze that didn't allow you to leave. The more I looked, the more I felt like the town itself was alive, a breathing, pulsating thing, consuming everything in its path. And now, I was part of it. Part of the lost. The mist thickened, and I could feel it closing in on me, wrapping around my body, squeezing me tighter with every step I took. There was no escape. No matter which way I turned, the town only seemed to grow bigger, more twisted, its streets winding further and further, like a deep, dark abyss pulling me into its depths. I tried to fight the panic rising in my chest, but it was useless. I was trapped, and the more I thought about it, the clearer it became that I wasn't going anywhere. This wasn't just a nightmare I could wake up from. This was real. And I was a part of it now. This was the world of the lost, a place where time didn't matter, where souls wandered forever, never finding peace. And now, I was one of them. The fog pressed in closer, suffocating me, and for the first time since I'd arrived, I could feel the true weight of my fate settling in. I wasn't just lost in the streets of Old Town. I was lost in a world that didn't exist in any way that made sense. A world where time didn't pass, where nothing moved forward. A world where everything and everyone was stuck. The figures around me, the ones that moved like shadows, started to draw closer, their movements slow and deliberate. I could see their faces now, pale, hollow, as if they had been trapped here for centuries, their features etched with the same emptiness I had seen in the town's very walls. They weren't looking at me, but I could feel their presence, as if they, too, knew that I was now part of this prison, this endless void. I wanted to scream, to run, but the mist had thickened to the point where I couldn't even see where I was going anymore. My steps were becoming slower, more hesitant. I was sinking into the town, the fog, the mist, until it seemed to swallow me whole. And as the figures continued to draw nearer, I realized this was it. This was the end. This was the world of the lost. And I had just become another soul, trapped in a place where time never moved forward, and the past was all that ever mattered. The town had claimed me. And now, like those who had come before me, I would wander the streets forever. I had barely taken a step before I noticed something, or rather, someone moving in the distance, through the fog. At first, I thought it was just another shadow, an illusion conjured by the suffocating mist that surrounded me. But as I strained my eyes, trying to focus through the thick veil, I saw them clearly. A figure, stumbling toward me, its movements jerky and uncertain. It was a person, I was sure of it, though their face was hidden by the fog. They didn't walk, they drifted, as if the ground beneath them wasn't solid. The closer they got, the more I could make out their form, an older man, disheveled, his clothes torn, his face gaunt and pale. He was muttering to himself, his words fragmented, as though he had long ago lost the ability to speak coherently. "It's not real, none of it's real," he whispered, his voice trembling. "We're trapped. We'll never leave." I wanted to call out to him, to ask if he was all right, but the words stuck in my throat. A sudden, sharp wave of fear gripped me as the realization hit, this man was not alone. More figures began to appear, stepping out of the fog, one by one, as though they had materialized from the very mist itself. They moved slowly, each figure with a vacant expression, their eyes dull and unfocused. Some were whispering to themselves, others just staring blankly into the distance. They all, with the same haunted look, the same resignation that they would never see another day beyond this place. I stepped back, my pulse racing as I took in the scene. These people, they were like me. They had followed the voice, just like I had. They had been pulled into this cursed town, and now they were lost, just as I was. The older man who had first approached me seemed to notice me now, his gaze flicking over to mine. His eyes were wide, filled with panic and something darker, something resigned. "You heard it, didn't you?" he asked, his voice raw. "The voice, calling your name, telling you to follow. You thought it was just a voice, but it's not. It's a trap." I didn't know how to respond, the fear choking my throat. I just nodded, too afraid to speak, too afraid to do anything but listen. "You can't leave," the man said, his voice flat, like someone who had said the words 1,000 times before. "None of us can." I thought if I ignored it, if I didn't listen, I could escape. But it was always there. Always pulling me. He shuddered, and his eyes flickered to the others, who were now drifting closer, each of them taking slow, deliberate steps toward me, as though they, too, knew the truth that I had yet to fully accept. I turned, trying to back away, but the fog thickened, wrapping itself around my body like a suffocating blanket. The figures continued to gather, slowly encircling me, their faces blank, their eyes voids. A woman stepped forward next, her face hollowed by fear, her clothes ragged and torn. She spoke with a tremor in her voice, but there was an unsettling certainty in her words. "You'll never leave, just like we couldn't. The voice, it tricks you. You think you're still in control. But it pulls you deeper, deeper into this place. And you're part of it now. Like the rest of us." Her words echoed in the cold silence, and I felt a chill crawl down my spine. My instincts screamed at me to run, to get away from them, from the way they moved, from the hollow emptiness that hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to break. But something in me held me still, a deep, gnawing feeling that I couldn't escape, no matter how hard I tried. Another man, young, barely more than a boy, stepped closer, his eyes wide and wild. "I thought I could get away," he said, his voice desperate, pleading. "I thought if I just didn't listen, but you can't escape it. It's all around you. The voice, it takes over. And when you try to leave, the town just shifts. There's nowhere to go. It's always there. Always." The others nodded, murmuring in agreement. I could feel their despair seep into me, their hopelessness crawling beneath my skin like an invisible force. The woman's voice broke through again, sharp and bitter. "We've all tried to leave, and we've all failed. You can't fight it. It's too powerful. The town, it's alive. It's been waiting for you, just like it waited for us." The air around me felt like it was closing in, pressing harder with each passing second. I looked back at them, feeling their eyes on me, haunted, resigned eyes that seemed to know the truth of this place. "You can't leave," the older man repeated. "No one leaves. Not once the voice calls you. Not once the town has claimed you." A cold, crushing weight settled over me as I began to understand the full extent of what had happened. I wasn't just lost in Old Town. I wasn't just some confused tourist wandering the streets at night. I was trapped. A prisoner, like all of them. And the only way out, the only way to escape, was to stop following the voice. But how could I? How could I stop myself from hearing it? It had already found me, already claimed me. And now, I was as lost as the others. The moment the words left the older man's lips, a strange sensation washed over me, like a shiver down my spine that I couldn't shake off. It wasn't just fear, it was acceptance. The kind of eerie calm that comes when you finally realize you're powerless. The mist around me seemed to grow denser, pulling the air tight, squeezing the breath out of me. I didn't have to look around to know it had changed again. The voice, the one I had been following, no longer just called to me. It was inside my head, all around me, filling the space between my thoughts. There was no escaping it. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was like the very air was saturated with it. "You're already lost," the voice murmured, soft but unmistakable, as though it had always been there, waiting to remind me of the truth. I froze. My skin prickled with the realization that I was no longer just hearing the voice, it was speaking through me, wrapping itself around my thoughts, making them its own. The people around me moved in eerie synchrony, as if they were in tune with the voice, their eyes empty, their faces pale, resigned to their fate. They seemed unaware of the voice's true power. They had accepted it, like everything else in this place, long ago. But I hadn't yet. And the voice wanted to make sure I did. "You think you can run, don't you?" The voice's tone shifted, now mocking, twisted with cruel amusement. It echoed from the walls, from the air, 100 whispers layered over each other, but all the same, unmistakably there. "The streets are yours to wander, but only because you think you can escape. You think you're free. But you're already a part of this world." I staggered backward, my mind spinning. The fog thickened around me, closing in, suffocating. My chest tightened with every word. How could it know my thoughts? How could it be me? I had never felt more alone, more helpless. This wasn't just some trick of the mind, it was a force. A force that had twisted this town into its own personal prison, feeding off the souls of those who wandered too close, and now it was feeding off me. "You belong here now," the voice continued, this time with a chilling certainty, the words draped with an unnatural finality. "You always have." The others didn't react. They stood in place, their eyes hollow, waiting. Waiting for what? I couldn't say, but I could feel the weight of their presence. They were trapped, their bodies here, their souls lost in this place, never moving forward, forever drawn into the voice's clutches. My breath quickened, and I tried to shake my head, to push back against it. But the voice was everywhere now, inside my thoughts, in my pulse, in the very rhythm of my heartbeat. The more I resisted, the tighter it became. The air pressed down on me, like an invisible weight suffocating me. "No," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "No, I can still leave. I can still." The voice laughed. "You can leave?" it echoed. "You think you can outrun me? There is no leaving. There is only this." The words sliced through my mind, each one more insistent than the last. This place. This town. It has claimed you. It has always claimed you. I tried to breathe, to fight it, but the more I struggled, the more the words wrapped around me like chains, tightening with every breath. I could feel the weight of the truth sinking in, slow and inevitable. I was already here, already part of this place, as much a part of it as the walls, the fog, the twisted shadows that moved in the distance. The voice didn't need to trap me. I had already given in. Every step I took, every thought I had led me closer to this point. And now there was no way back. The other figures, the lost souls that drifted in the fog around me, began to move toward me, their faces still vacant, empty of emotion. They were walking in time with the voice now, following its rhythm, their movements synchronized in a way that felt disturbingly unnatural. I was surrounded. I reached out, reaching for anything, desperate for a way to escape, to break free from the suffocating grip of the voice. But it was too late. The town had already wrapped its fingers around me, pulling me deeper into its labyrinth. There was no place left to run. No way left to leave. The voice shifted again, no longer mocking, but soft, almost gentle, as if it had been waiting for me to finally understand. "You are home now," it whispered, the words like a caress. "And you will never leave." With that, the mist closed in, and the figures around me began to move closer, their presence no longer unfamiliar but part of the dark rhythm that consumed the very air itself. And in that moment, as the fog swallowed me whole, I realized the horrifying truth: my fate had never been mine to choose. The town had chosen me long ago, and the voice had always been waiting, calling me, ready to pull me in. I had walked willingly into its trap, and now, like the others, I would never escape. I was one of the lost. Forever. The moment the voice whispered that I was home, something inside me snapped. It wasn't just the words, or the suffocating air, or the strange, disembodied presence of the others around me. It was the feeling that followed. It was as though I was no longer in control of my own thoughts, my own movements. The boundaries of my body, my very self, began to blur. I stood there, surrounded by the lost souls of Old Town, the fog swirling around us, but it didn't feel like the fog was an external thing anymore. It was inside me, swirling through my veins, creeping beneath my skin, coiling around my muscles. I wasn't just in the town anymore, I was becoming part of it. The figures around me shifted in an eerie synchrony, their movements so familiar now that they didn't even seem human anymore. They were part of the landscape, as much as the crumbling buildings and the damp streets. I could feel myself doing the same, my steps becoming slower, more mechanical, less purposeful. The more I moved, the more it felt as though the town was moving me. I couldn't tell where my body ended and the town began. I looked down at my hands, and for the first time, they didn't feel like mine. They looked different, paler, with strange, ethereal qualities, as if they were dissolving into the fog. I flexed my fingers, but there was no real sensation behind the movement. It was as though my body had become a mere extension of the space around me, like a shadow stretching over the pavement, slowly losing its shape. "You're part of us now," the voice whispered, and I could hear it everywhere. It was in the ground beneath my feet, in the walls around me, in the air that filled my lungs. It wasn't a voice anymore, it was the sound of the town itself, breathing through me. I was the voice now. I was one with it. I couldn't tell if it was the mist or my own disorientation, but everything started to lose focus. The edges of the buildings softened and wavered like they were dissolving in water, the shadows stretched longer, more fluid. I wasn't sure if the town was changing, or if I was. I looked at the other lost souls, their blank eyes, their lifeless stares, and I felt no fear. They were me, and I was them. We were all the same now, drifting through this ghostly world, bound to it. I could feel myself sinking deeper into the very fabric of Old Town, my memories fading, replaced by the hollow, endless loop of its whispering voice. I tried to think back to who I was, what my name was, what I had been before all of this, but the harder I tried, the more elusive it became. The memories slipped through my fingers like water, as if the town was washing them away. I could almost hear it, this deep, resonating hum of the town itself, pulling my very essence into its core, leaving behind nothing but a fading echo. I looked up, and for the first time, I saw the sky, or what passed for it in this distorted world. The clouds were thick and swirling, the moon barely visible through the haze. Everything was blurred, indefinite, like it was caught between two realities, suspended in time. I could feel the pull of it, as though I were dissolving into the very air, no longer able to tell where I ended and the town began. Who was I? The question echoed in my mind, but there was no answer. There were no answers anymore. I was becoming part of this place, part of the fabric of the town, and whatever I had been before, the life I had lived, the person I had been, it no longer mattered. I was lost now, like all the others. The memories were fading, and with them, the sense of self. I glanced at the others, and saw something that chilled me. The woman who had spoken earlier, the one with the hollow eyes, her face was changing. Her features were softening, becoming blurry, like her very identity was dissolving into the mist around her. The man who had warned me earlier was the same, his face warping, blending with the air. They weren't people anymore. They were as much a part of the town as the buildings themselves, fading into the shadows, lost to the world. And then, to my horror, I realized the same was happening to me. My body felt lighter, more insubstantial, like I was no longer bound by the weight of flesh and bone. I felt myself pulling away from myself, stretching into the mist, my very form dissolving into the air. The town was swallowing me whole. No, no, please. I wanted to scream, but my voice was lost to the wind. The more I struggled, the more the mist wrapped around me, tightening, pulling, melding me with the town until there was nothing left but the sound of the voice. You are home, it whispered, wrapping itself around me like a blanket. You have always been here. The world faded. The people around me disappeared. There was only the voice now, the endless, suffocating presence of Old Town, filling every space, every breath. And in that moment, as I dissolved into the mist, I knew it wasn't just the town I was becoming. I was becoming nothing. Just another lost soul drifting through the fog, waiting for the next to arrive. The town had claimed me. And now, there was no me. Only the endless whispers. The last vestiges of my identity, what little remained, began to fade completely, swept away by the relentless pull of Old Town. The town wasn't just a place anymore. It was a living, breathing entity, its roots dug so deep into my mind and soul that there was nothing left to resist. No more thoughts of escape. No more hope. As the mist curled around me, thick and suffocating, a realization crashed into my mind, cold and brutal. The others, the souls who had wandered these streets before me, hadn't just gotten lost. They had chosen to follow the voice, just as I had. Each one of us, drawn by the call, thinking we were different, believing we could somehow break free. But now, I understood the truth. We were all doomed from the start. The fog shifted and swirled, and as I looked around, I saw them again, those who had been here long before me. Their faces were no longer just empty, but shifting, like smoke trying to hold onto a shape. They were indistinct, barely human, the outlines of their features fading in and out. They moved like ghosts in the corners of my vision, but they weren't the kind of ghosts that drifted peacefully into the afterlife. They were trapped. Trapped here, forever. I saw their eyes, hollow and glazed, staring at nothing. They were lost, their souls bound to the town by the very same voice that had called me, lured me deeper into its grasp. I could feel them now, could sense the endless suffering they endured. They had been following the voice for so long that they had forgotten their own names, forgotten their own lives, forgotten who they were. The voice had consumed them, and now they were only fragments, shadows that moved through the streets, drifting aimlessly in the fog, waiting for the next lost soul to join them. I could feel the weight of their despair pressing in on me. I could feel the years, centuries, of lost time they had endured, and for the first time, I truly understood the price of following the voice. The price of listening. The voice that had seemed so alluring, so innocent at first, was nothing more than a trap, a lure to pull the unwary into its web. And once you were caught, there was no escape. The town didn't just take your body. It took your soul. It twisted it, warped it, until you were nothing but another wandering shadow, another lost soul, doomed to repeat the same steps over and over, forever. You didn't die, not exactly. You became part of the town, part of the world of the lost. I reached out with a trembling hand, my fingers brushing against the mist, and for a moment I could feel the outlines of faces, soft, fleeting, like reflections on water, hovering just beyond my grasp. They weren't just memories. They were people. They had once been like me, alive, full of hope, but now they were the town's prisoners. Bound forever, forced to walk its haunted streets. I tried to scream, to fight back, but no sound came. There was nowhere to push the words out. My voice was gone, just another thing the town had swallowed up. I was becoming them. I was becoming one of them. The voice, once so distant, now filled every corner of my mind. It was no longer a call. It was a command. It was the town itself, speaking to me, telling me that I was no different from the others. That I was already part of the endless parade of lost souls. You are mine now, it whispered, its tone smooth and final. You are home. But it wasn't home. It wasn't peace. It was a prison where time had no meaning, where nothing could ever change, where nothing ever ended. This was where the voice wanted me to be. This was where it wanted all of us to be, forever. I couldn't remember when it started. I couldn't remember if I ever truly lived outside of this place. Maybe it had been years. Maybe centuries. All I knew was that I was no longer Daniel, the man who had come to Old Town seeking adventure. I was no longer someone with dreams, with a past, with hope. I was just another whisper in the fog. Another shadow on the street. The mist thickened around me, enveloping me, and for the first time, I felt the town pull me in deeper than before. It wasn't just the fog that swallowed me. It was the presence of it, the voice, the walls, the streets. It was the town itself, wrapping me in its endless embrace. The lost souls around me had no faces, no names anymore. They were as much a part of the town as the buildings, as the mist, as the shadows that flickered in the corners of my vision. They had become the town, and so would I. You're one of us now, the voice cooed, the words wrapping around my mind like vines. And you will never leave. I stood still, my legs trembling. There was nothing left but the fog. No path forward. No way out. The town had claimed me, and there was nothing left to do but become it. And so, I walked. My feet shuffled, slow and heavy, joining the others, moving through the mist, lost forever in the endless streets of Old Town. I was one of them now. A ghost. A shadow. A prisoner in the world of the lost. And I would never, ever leave. The fog had thickened again, wrapping its cold tendrils around me, making it difficult to breathe. It felt heavier now, as though the very air had become a part of the town's insidious grip on me. I had long since lost track of time, but I could feel something stirring inside me, a spark of defiance, a glimmer of resistance, no matter how faint. The endless whispers that filled the town had become a constant hum, a buzzing in my ears that threatened to drown me in its steady rhythm. But as much as the fog and the shadows pressed in, as much as the lost souls moved through the streets like silent ghosts, something within me fought back. Something deep inside me screamed for answers. I can't stay here, I whispered to myself, but my voice felt alien, distant, as though it belonged to someone else. I had seen what happened to those who stayed too long in the world of the lost. I had watched their identities dissolve into the mist, their faces becoming nothing but empty, drifting shells. I wouldn't let that be my fate. I had to confront it. The voice. The presence that had drawn me into this nightmare. A part of me was terrified. Terrified of the unknown, of what the voice was, of what it would do to me if I challenged it. But another part of me, the part that was still me, the part that had not been completely consumed by the town's pull, burned with rage. I had come so far. I had to know what was happening, why this was happening. And I had to know who was behind it. Show yourself. I shouted into the mist, my voice hoarse but forceful. The fog rippled around me as if reacting to my words. Tell me who you are. For a moment, there was nothing but the weight of silence. The mist held its breath, the town paused, waiting. I stood alone in the street, my pulse pounding in my ears. I could feel the coldness pressing deeper into my bones, seeping into the marrow. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, thicker, as though they were pulling back, giving me space. Then, as if the fog itself was parting to reveal something from another world, the presence shifted. A shape materialized in front of me, its outline faint at first, like smoke curling in the air. I couldn't make out the details at first, but as it solidified, I saw her, a woman, her face pale and hollow, her eyes wide with a mix of sadness and anger. She wasn't like the other lost souls. There was something distinct about her, something that felt alive. But it was the kind of life that had long since turned into something unnatural. Her presence was oppressive, suffocating, like the town itself had given birth to her. You, I stammered, my voice shaking despite myself. You're the one who's been calling me. Why? Why did you do this? Why me? The woman stood motionless, her gaze locked on mine, but it felt like she wasn't really looking at me at all. Her eyes were empty, vacant, like she was staring into something far beyond the physical world. The voice that had followed me for so long now seemed to come from her, from the depths of her very being. It was no longer just a whisper, it was an echo, a sound that reverberated through my chest, rattling my ribs. You heard it too, she said, her voice thick with an old, sorrowful power. The call. You couldn't resist it. None of us could. The fog swirled around her, the air growing colder, heavier. Her figure seemed to flicker like a candle in the wind, wavering between existence and nothingness. Who are you? I demanded, my voice more forceful now. What do you want from me? What is this place?" The woman's lips parted, and for a moment I thought she was going to say something else. But instead, she simply raised one hand, pointing toward the town, as though the very air around us had become her canvas. "This place is a prison," she whispered, her words carrying an unbearable weight. "It was never meant to be." But once it began, once the curse was set in motion, there was no turning back. I could feel the town's power pressing in from all sides. It wasn't just the air or the fog. It was the very land beneath my feet, the ancient buildings, the streets, all of it seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as though it were breathing along with the woman in front of me. "This town, it was once full of life," she continued, her voice trembling now, like a broken record. "But it was built on a lie. A lie that we, my people, thought we could escape. We thought the land would be our salvation. But in the end, we were wrong." The fog around her thickened, and I could feel a heavy sadness, an ache in my chest as her words sank in. I felt like I was hearing something ancient, something that had been buried for far too long. The town, the voice, the ghosts, they were all bound to the same dark history. "I was once a living woman," she said, her voice almost inaudible now, like a memory fading in the wind. "But now, I am part of this place. I was drawn to it, just like you. Just like all the others." Her eyes locked onto mine again, and I could see the depths of pain within them, pain that stretched across centuries. The voice, the one that had been calling me, had not been born of some malevolent spirit or entity. It had been born of her, her grief, her anger, and her torment. "I am the one who calls," she whispered, her voice breaking as if with every word a piece of her soul unraveled. "I am the one who brings them all in. But in the end, I, too, am trapped. Trapped in this town. Trapped by my own desires, my own longing for escape." I could feel it, the weight of her story, the depth of the curse that had consumed this place. The town wasn't just a physical space. It was a prison for the soul. And the ones who followed the call, like me, were doomed to join the never-ending cycle of loss and despair. "You were brought here for a reason," she continued. "But like the others before you, you will become part of the town. There is no escape." And as she spoke those words, I knew it was true. No matter how much I fought, no matter how loud I screamed, there was no way out. This town had claimed me, just as it had claimed her. We were both prisoners here, bound by the same tragic history, forced to repeat our suffering for all eternity. And there was no one left to save us. The fog around Elena seemed to thicken, swirling in a way that mirrored the turmoil inside me. The air grew colder, almost unbearable, and I felt as though I were suffocating in the weight of the history she was about to reveal. Her pale face remained frozen, her eyes unblinking, but there was a hint of something in them, an emotion too raw, too real to be fully contained. She wasn't just a ghost, she was a soul trapped in a never-ending nightmare, one that had been playing out for centuries. "I never wanted this," Elena whispered, her voice trembling like the wind rustling through dead branches. "I never wanted to drag anyone else into this place." I stared at her, trying to make sense of the words she spoke, trying to separate the human from the spectral. "What do you mean? What happened to you?" I asked, but part of me already knew the answer. Some part of me was already beginning to understand the dark nature of the place, the curse that had bound her, and now bound me. Elena's expression darkened, the sorrow in her eyes deepening. "I was just like you," she said, her voice a soft murmur. "A traveler. A visitor to Old Town, drawn in by its beauty, its history. I was curious, naive. I never thought a place like this could hold such darkness. And yet, it did. It does. I could feel the weight of her words pressing against me, as though the air itself was turning heavier, saturated with the history of those who had come before me. The buildings around us seemed to lean in closer, their windows dark and empty, as if watching us. I thought I was safe, Elena continued, her eyes fixed on something distant, something beyond the boundaries of the town. But I was wrong. I stumbled upon an old ritual. A forgotten ceremony meant to summon the spirits of the land, to bind them to this place, to trap them forever. I didn't understand it. I didn't know the cost. I swallowed hard, trying to fight the growing sense of dread that was building inside me. So, you're telling me that you... I was the sacrifice, she interrupted, her voice barely a whisper, filled with guilt and regret. The ritual required a life, my life. And when I died, when my soul was bound to this town, I thought it would end. That I would rest. That I would be free. But instead, I became this. She waved her hand in a sweeping gesture that encompassed the entire town, the mist, the shadows, and the endless streets that seemed to stretch forever. I was cursed to wander, to call to others, to lure them in. One by one, I brought them here. And they, like me, became trapped. Their souls bind to this place, their fates sealed for eternity. I couldn't breathe. The realization hit me like a crushing wave. You've been using the voice to bring people in? I asked, the words coming out choked. She nodded slowly, her gaze never leaving mine. Yes. I am the voice you've been hearing. It's me, calling your name, pulling you toward me. But it's not just me anymore, not really. The curse has changed me. It's not just my desire to see others come to this place. It's the town. The town needs more souls, more bodies, to feed its hunger. And I, like the others before me, am nothing but a tool. A puppet. Her voice cracked as she said the last word, and for the briefest moment, her form flickered, almost as if the weight of her own torment was too much to bear. I never wanted to harm anyone. But now... She paused, her eyes darkening with a hopeless sorrow. I can't stop it. I can't escape the call. And I can't let you go either. I stepped back, shaking my head, the horror setting in as her words sank deeper. But I'm not like you, I stammered. I'm not dead yet. She smiled bitterly, a hollow, empty expression. No, not yet. But it doesn't matter. Once you've followed the call, once you've come this far, you are already part of the town's curse. There is no going back, Daniel. I swallowed hard, trying to push the fear down, trying to think of a way out. What do you want from me? I asked, the question barely escaping my lips. Why me? Why now? Elena's eyes softened for a moment, a flicker of sadness overtaking the bitterness. I don't want anything from you. I never did. But the town, it doesn't give you a choice. It pulls you in, and once it has you, it never lets you go. You're already in its grasp. The weight of her words pressed in on me, and for the first time, I could feel the full extent of the horror of this place, the slow suffocation of time, the endless repetition of the lost soul's fates, the feeling of being devoured bit by the very land beneath my feet. But you can leave, I said, suddenly desperate, my voice hoarse with the effort of convincing myself more than anything. You have to be able to leave. Elena's smile faded, and she shook her head, her eyes brimming with something darker. I've tried. I've tried for centuries. But there is no leaving. Not once you've come this far. I wanted to scream, to fight, to tear myself free from the chains that were slowly tightening around me, but the words caught in my throat. The fog thickened, the shadows seemed to close in around us, and the town whispered its endless promise, no one leaves. Please, I said, my voice breaking. Please tell me there's a way out. She turned away, her form flickering again, as though her presence were being swallowed by the town itself. I can't tell you, she whispered, her voice a fading echo. But you'll find out soon enough. You'll join us, and then, perhaps, you'll understand. And with that, she vanished into the fog, leaving me standing in the street, my mind whirling with questions, my heart pounding with a terror I couldn't escape. There was no leaving. No escape. Only the endless call of the town. And I was already a part of it. Elena's form hovered before me, her spectral presence looming larger than ever. The fog around her swirled as if it had a life of its own, pulling at the edges of my sanity. The town, the very essence of it, seemed to breathe with the ghostly wind that howled through the streets, whispering of the curse that had bound her. And now, it seemed, it was offering me a choice, one that twisted my soul and threatened to tear me apart. You've heard my story, Daniel, Elena said, her voice a soft murmur that chilled me to the bone. And now you must make your decision. Will you join me, join all of us, and become part of the endless wandering, the eternal curse of Old Town? Or will you defy fate and face the consequences of turning away? Her eyes, filled with centuries of sorrow, locked onto mine, pulling me into the abyss of her existence. I could see it, the weight of time pressing down on her, the desperation in her soul that had been there from the moment she first became trapped. She had suffered in this place for so long, and now she was offering me a glimpse of the same fate. I took a step back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. You're asking me to become like you? I whispered, unable to believe what I was hearing. The very thought was suffocating. To live, to be trapped here forever? Elena nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. Not trapped, Daniel. Free. Free from the pain of life. Free from the struggle. The curse binds us to this place, but it also releases us from the suffering of the world. You will never feel the weight of loss again. You will never fear death. You will be at peace. The words echoed in my mind like a dark lullaby, and for a moment I felt the pull. Peace. Freedom. A life without pain. The idea was almost seductive. But there was something in her voice that made my skin crawl. It was a lie. She had been forced into this existence, this endless loop of torment, and she was asking me to follow her, to join her in a world that was nothing but endless wandering and despair. That's not freedom, I said, shaking my head. That's death. The words tasted bitter in my mouth. I had already felt the sting of the supernatural, its cold grasp threatening to pull me into the void. But now, Elena's offer felt like a final, cruel temptation. She smiled, but it was empty, hollow, as though her very soul had been chipped away by the centuries of her existence. You misunderstand. This place isn't just death, it's a kind of rebirth. A way to escape the pain of the living. You'll never grow old. You'll never feel heartbreak. You'll be a part of this place forever, one of the lost souls who wander, together, in eternal peace. I wanted to scream, to tell her that I wasn't like her, that I wouldn't succumb to this cursed existence. But then I thought about the people I had seen, the faces that appeared in the fog, wandering aimlessly, forever stuck in the shadows of Old Town. Were they really free? Or had they, too, been swayed by this same voice, this same curse? The tension between us thickened, the silence stretching long and heavy. Every word she spoke made me feel weaker, as if I were slowly giving in. The voice of the town, the whispers in the fog, they were all wrapping themselves around me, pulling me deeper into the nightmare. You've seen them, haven't you? Elena said, her voice now filled with a strange kind of urgency. The others. The lost souls who followed the call before you. They are here with us. Wandering. They can't escape, but you still have a chance. You don't have to fight anymore. You don't have to keep running. The town will accept you, Daniel. The curse will consume you, yes, but it will also free you. Her words clung to me, and I could feel them burrowing deep into my mind, digging at the foundations of my resolve. The idea of peace, of release from all the pain I had experienced, was tempting. But deep inside, something screamed that this was wrong. This wasn't freedom, it was an endless prison. No, I said, my voice trembling with fear and defiance. I won't give in to this. I won't let you take me. Elena's expression darkened, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The mist that had been swirling around us thickened, turning into tendrils of shadow that reached for me like hands, grasping at my legs, my arms, my soul. The town was coming alive around me, and it was angry. You will join us, Elena hissed, her voice no longer soft, but sharp with bitterness. Whether you choose to or not. The shadows around me deepened, twisting and distorting as though they were alive, reaching for me with an unrelenting hunger. Elena's form flickered, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light as she extended her hand toward me. But I refused to step forward. I refused to give in. You can't make me, I said, my voice gaining strength despite the suffocating presence of the town pressing on me. I'm not like you. I won't let you take me. Elena's eyes burned with an intensity that shook me to my core. Then faced the consequences, she snarled. In that moment, the town seemed to come alive with a deafening scream, the ground beneath me shifting as though the very earth were rejecting me. Elena's form blurred, her figure twisting in agony. The shadows reached forward, and the air seemed to close in around me. But I fought. I couldn't let it take me. I couldn't let this place consume me. With everything I had left, I turned and ran, ignoring the voice, ignoring the shadows. The fog thickened, but I pushed through, determined not to give in. But as I ran, I heard Elena's voice in the distance, her words carrying across the fog, cold and final. You can't escape, Daniel. No one ever does. And as I ran, I realized she was right. There was no escape from Old Town. There was no escaping the ghost of Elena. The only question now was how much of myself I would lose before it claimed me completely. The air turned thick with tension, a pressure that made it hard to breathe. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest, as the ground beneath my feet seemed to quiver, as if the town itself was alive. Elena's form flickered again, her expression contorting with rage and desperation. Her ghostly hands reached out, fingers stretching like claws, and the very shadows around me seemed to pulse with her anger. You cannot escape, Daniel, she screamed, her voice ripping through the fog, sharper now, full of bitterness. You are already mine. Suddenly, the ground beneath me shifted violently, as if the earth itself had split open. I gasped, trying to steady myself, but the shadows began to writhe, pulling at my legs, dragging me toward the ground. My body fought against the pull, but it was too strong, too overwhelming. With a strangled cry, I stumbled, falling to my knees. The fog around me swirled faster, becoming a vortex that blurred everything. The sky itself twisted, darkening, folding in on itself as the air around me thickened, making it almost impossible to see. Elena's figure flickered like a broken light, her outline growing more jagged with every passing second. "Come to me, Daniel," she whispered, but this time the words were a hiss, almost serpentine. "You belong here. You are part of this place now." I could feel the coldness of her presence press against me like a suffocating blanket. The fog felt heavier, more oppressive, the shadows stretching longer, enveloping the space around me. My hands gripped the ground, the cold stone beneath my fingers sending a jolt of discomfort through my body. I looked up. Elena was closer now, her form distorting, her eyes gleaming with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Her arms reached out for me, her ghostly fingers grazing my skin with an unnatural cold that seemed to pierce into my very soul. The touch was electric. It burned. I screamed, trying to pull away, but the ground seemed to have a life of its own, pulling me deeper into the town. I felt the world twist around me, the boundaries between the living and the dead blurring. The reality around me fractured, as though I were no longer in Old Town at all. The streets faded, the walls melted, and the air became thick with the smell of rot. The shift was immediate. One moment I was standing in a fog-choked street, the next I was floating in an empty, darkened void. I could feel the walls closing in on me, but there was nothing to see, nothing to ground me. It was as if I had been torn from the fabric of the world and thrust into the ghostly realm itself. Elena's laugh echoed around me, low, haunting. Her figure loomed, stretching and warping until it was no longer the shape of a woman, but something far darker, an amalgamation of twisted limbs and shadow. "This is where you belong," she whispered, her voice now echoing from all directions. "You will never leave this place." The shadows twisted in time with her words, stretching toward me, closing in on every side. I felt them coiling around my wrists, my ankles, my neck, pulling me, dragging me into the depths. Desperately, I thrashed, kicking, screaming, trying to break free, but it was like fighting against the very fabric of the world. With every ounce of strength I had left, I pushed against the shadows, against the pressure that was squeezing the air from my lungs. My eyes darted around, looking for anything that could anchor me back to reality. The ghostly world around me began to tear apart, the fog and shadows twisting into unnatural shapes. The walls of the abandoned building began to reappear, faint outlines, distorted and flickering. I could hear the distant sounds of muffled voices, the faintest echoes of the people who had been lost before me. Their faces flashed in my mind, their eyes hollow with despair, their voices pleading for help that would never come. "Please," I gasped, my voice breaking. "I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be like you." But Elena's laughter only grew louder, more cruel. Her form twisted, swirling in the chaos, becoming a vortex of darkness. The mist enveloped me, choking off my breath, but I fought against it, fought against her. With one final scream, I reached for the nearest patch of solid ground, anything that would keep me anchored. But it was no use. The town, the realm, was collapsing around me. The walls of Old Town flickered and disintegrated, leaving only the void, and Elena's hands reached for me once again. "You cannot fight it, Daniel. You are already here." In that moment, I realized that this place was not a separate world. It was a prison, our prison. And I wasn't just fighting to escape Old Town, I was fighting to keep my soul from becoming part of its eternal torment. But it was too late. The shadows consumed me completely. My heart pounded in my chest as I fought against the tightening grip of the shadows. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to escape, but the streets, the very ground beneath my feet, seemed to shift and twist, leading me deeper into the heart of Old Town. I turned frantically, trying to find the path that would take me back, but there was no escape. The town stretched out endlessly in all directions, the mist thickening, closing in like a vice. I stumbled, my breath coming in ragged gasps, as the oppressive weight of the fog suffocated me. The once familiar streets now seemed like a maze of shadows, each corner more sinister than the last. The air grew colder, the silence more suffocating, until the only sound left was my frantic heartbeat pounding in my ears. Why won't it let me go? I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the rising panic. My mind raced, grasping at straws, desperately trying to understand what was happening. The voice that had led me here, that had lured me into this nightmare, echoed in my mind, a haunting whisper that seemed to seep from the very walls of Old Town. It wasn't just the ghost of Elena anymore. It was the town itself, alive with an ancient hunger. "You can't leave, Daniel." The words came from every direction at once. The voice was no longer Elena's, no longer a plea, but a command, an undeniable truth. The reality around me distorted further, the buildings blurring as if they were made of smoke, bending and reshaping into shapes that no longer made sense. My stomach turned with vertigo, and for a moment, I felt like I was floating, trapped between two worlds, neither here nor there. I forced myself to focus, to steady my breath, but the town wouldn't let me. It knew my every move, my every thought. It was as if the streets themselves were watching me, waiting for me to falter, to give in. I turned back toward the alleyway where I had first heard Elena's voice, the place where it all began. I had to go back. I had to find a way out. But as I ran, the alley seemed to stretch endlessly before me. I tried to make sense of it, but each time I reached the end, it only led to another twisting passage. The town itself was pulling me deeper, manipulating the space around me, changing its shape like a labyrinth with no exit. The sounds of the town grew louder, the distant murmurs, the soft creaks of old wood, the rustling of unseen feet moving just beyond the edge of my vision. The air thickened, becoming harder to breathe, and I felt my legs weakening under the pressure, the weight of the place dragging me down. No! No! I gasped, pushing forward, ignoring the crushing exhaustion threatening to overtake me. But the mist thickened around me, swallowing the last traces of light. I stumbled, my foot catching on something unseen, and I fell hard to the ground, scraping my hands against the cold stone. For a moment, everything went silent. I lay there, breathing heavily, my body trembling, trying to collect my thoughts. The town was still, as if it were waiting for something, waiting for me to accept that I would never leave. Then, I heard it again. A whisper. Faint at first, but growing louder, like the rustling of dry leaves on a windy night. "You belong here, Daniel." It wasn't Elena's voice this time. It was the town itself, the soul of Old Town. And in that moment, I realized the truth. I wasn't just being hunted by Elena's ghost, I was trapped by something older, something deeper. The town was alive, feeding off the lost souls, and I had become one of them. The ghosts weren't just those who had died here, they were the ones who had been consumed, who had been absorbed into the very essence of Old Town. I stood up slowly, my head spinning as I tried to make sense of everything. The walls of Old Town weren't just walls, they were tombs. The streets weren't just paths, they were prisons. And the people who had once wandered here, lost, were now part of the very fabric of the place, their souls bound to it for eternity. I wanted to scream, to fight, but there was no way out. The town had claimed me, just as it had claimed so many before me. I backed away slowly, my feet dragging, my mind racing with the impossible realization. I turned one last time, desperate for any sign of hope, any trace of the reality I had once known. But there was nothing. The town was no longer a place, it was a living thing. And I had become its prisoner. I closed my eyes, the sound of the wind howling through the streets, carrying the voices of the lost, echoing in my ears. And in that moment, I knew I was no longer a man. I was just another ghost, wandering the streets of Old Town, forever. I stood in the heart of Old Town, the streets around me swallowed by mist, the fog thick and oppressive. Every corner seemed to bleed into another, and the buildings appeared to dissolve, leaving nothing but an endless void of shadows. My breath was shallow, my hands trembling, and my heart beat with a cold, rhythmic thud echoing in the silence of the town. The weight of it all pressed down on me, every decision I had made, every moment I had let slip through my fingers. I could feel the suffocating pull of the place, as if the very air I breathed was made of regret, of lost souls whose fates mirrored my own. This was it. The final moment. I had thought I could escape. I had tried to fight the darkness, to break free of the grasp that Elena's voice had placed around my neck. But in the end, I had failed. I had wandered too far. The town, its streets, its buildings, were not just a physical prison, they were a manifestation of my fears, my weaknesses, my doubts. Old Town didn't just trap the body, it consumed the soul. And now, I was part of it. You can't run from what you've become, a voice hissed in the mist. It wasn't Elena's voice this time. It was the town itself, speaking to me, becoming one with my mind, twisting my thoughts, making me question everything I knew. The voice reverberated inside my skull, growing louder, more insistent. Do you see it now, Daniel? The voice grew softer, more coaxing. You were never meant to leave. The choices you made led you here, led you to this moment. I froze, my body rigid with the realization. The ghost, the town, the very shadows, they weren't separate. They were one. Elena's voice had only been the beginning, the lure, the trap. Now I understood, the town had been waiting for someone like me. Someone who couldn't resist the pull, someone who would wander, someone who would question until it was too late. I tried to speak, to say something, anything, but my throat was dry. My mind was clouded, suffocated by the weight of the realization. Elena? I whispered, the name slipping from my lips like a broken prayer. And then she appeared. Her form emerged from the mist, flickering and fading like an image from an old film. Her eyes, those cold, hollow eyes, locked onto mine. I could feel the weight of her gaze, pulling me into the depths of her despair. Her face was twisted with sorrow, and I could hear the faintest echoes of cries, of people who had once been alive, now lost to the fog. Elena, I said again, my voice shaky but determined. What is this? What do you want from me? She stepped forward, her feet barely touching the ground, the air around her crackling with the energy of something ancient and terrible. The mist parted as she walked, her presence a shadow that seemed to consume everything in its path. I want you to understand, Elena said, her voice softer now, almost soothing. I want you to understand why you're here. Why you, too, belong to this place. I could feel the pressure building, the heaviness of the town bearing down on me, the walls of my own mind closing in. I was trapped in the fog, the mist, the memory of it all, my choices, my regrets, my past. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred until I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Elena, I don't want to be here, I choked out. I just want to go home. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she let the silence stretch between us, the thick fog swirling around us like an ocean of despair. I could feel her pulling at me, tugging at something deep inside of me, a fear, a weakness I had buried for so long. You think you can leave? Elena's voice was almost gentle now, a whisper in the wind. This town knows you, Daniel. It knows your fears, your regrets. Your soul is already entwined with it. You can never leave. I took a step back, my breath catching in my throat. No, I can't accept that. The town seemed to pulse around me, responding to the fear, the doubt in my voice. The fog thickened, the walls closing in tighter, until the very air seemed to wrap itself around me like chains. I was suffocating, drowning in my own thoughts, my own fears. But then, something shifted. A spark, a flicker of defiance. No, I said again, louder this time, the conviction in my voice growing stronger. I refused to let this be my end. I looked at Elena, my mind racing. I wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. I was fighting for my very soul. Fighting for the part of me that still remembered what it was like to be free, to be human. You're not in control, I said, my voice trembling but fierce. You're just a part of this town. You don't have power over me. Not anymore. Her eyes narrowed, her ghostly figure flickering with anger. The town seemed to tremble, the shadows writhing like living creatures. But I stood my ground. I could feel the weight of the town's pressure lessening, as if it were testing my resolve, pushing against me, trying to break me. You're wrong, Elena hissed. You can't fight it. You belong here. But I was no longer listening to her. I was looking beyond her, looking at the town, at the shadows, at the mist, and I made a choice. A choice to fight. I choose to leave, I said firmly, my voice cutting through the fog like a blade. And in that moment, something inside me snapped. The world around me began to fracture, the walls of Old Town started to crack, the mist dissipating, and the shadows shrank back. Elena's form flickered and began to distort, her figure becoming less and less substantial, as if she were losing her grip on reality. I could feel the town's hold on me weakening, unraveling with every word, every thought that I fought to hold on to. I was more than just a victim of Old Town. I was more than just another lost soul. I was Daniel, and I would not let this place consume me. The shadows recoiled, the mist faded, and I felt the first breath of fresh air in what seemed like forever. But there was no turning back. Elena screamed, her voice shattering the air around me, but it was fading, growing distant. The town was no longer pulling me in. It was pushing me out. And as I turned and ran, I realized that the only way to escape was to confront everything, the darkness, the fear, and the choices that had led me here. I was leaving. For good. But not without paying the price. I wasn't free yet. Not fully. But I was fighting. And that was enough. For now. I stumbled back, gasping for air, my body shaking as the mist around me seemed to close in again. The town was shifting, twisting like some living, breathing thing. The air grew thick, each step I took seemed to weigh 100 pounds, and I could feel the town, Old Town, reaching for me, pulling at my mind, at my soul. The fog wrapped itself around me like cold fingers, threatening to drag me back into the endless cycle of fear and confusion. I had made my stand, but I wasn't free. Not yet. For a brief moment, I had felt the release, the freedom of stepping away from Elena, away from the ghostly presence of the town. But now, as I took in my surroundings, I realized I was only half out. The mist, once a veil, now felt like a snare, an invisible rope tightening around my neck, trying to pull me back into the darkness I had just escaped. The streets were shifting, stretching in ways that weren't possible. I had seen Old Town before, but now it seemed to be contorting, changing its shape, as if the town itself was angry, furious that I had dared to defy it. The buildings looked familiar yet unfamiliar, like distorted reflections in a cracked mirror. The cobblestone streets twisted into impossible angles, and the old lamps flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms. I could feel the connection, the pull of the town, tugging at the edges of my consciousness. It was more than just the fog or the mist. It was inside me, inside my mind, my body. It was trying to lure me back. No, I thought, forcing my legs to move, pushing against the pull. I needed to find a way out. I needed to break free, permanently. As I stumbled forward, I heard the voice again. It wasn't Elena's voice this time. No, this voice was deeper, older, more primal. It came from the very earth beneath my feet, vibrating through the ground like a low hum, a constant pressure against my bones. You can never escape, Daniel. The words weren't a plea, like Elena's had been. They were a declaration, a truth that the town itself believed. I could almost feel the ground shifting under me as the voice echoed around me, surrounding me. I froze for a moment, panic rising in my chest. The shadows seemed to stretch, swirling around me, reaching for me like dark tendrils. The walls of Old Town were collapsing inward, closing the space between me and freedom. I needed to fight back. I couldn't let it take me again. In that split second of panic, something sparked in my mind, a memory. The strange symbols I had seen on the walls of the abandoned building. They had been more than just eerie graffiti. They had been part of the town's curse, part of the power that held it all together. I had seen them in the deepest, darkest corners of Old Town, the twisted carvings etched into the stone, the sigils in the walls of the haunted buildings. Could they hold the key to breaking free? I wasn't sure, but I had to try. Turning away from the mist that seemed to close in on me, I forced my legs to move, every step feeling heavier, as if the town was dragging me down. But I pushed on, scanning the streets, looking for something, anything that might break the hold. Then I saw it. A building on the far corner, half hidden in shadows, its door slightly ajar. I recognized the shape, the faded, crumbling structure looked like one of the old homes that had been abandoned long ago. But this wasn't just any house. This was the place, the one where I had first heard the voice. The place where the curse had begun. I ran towards it, my heart pounding in my chest, the air growing heavier with each breath. The door creaked open, the sound sending a chill through me, but I didn't hesitate. I had to get inside. Inside, the temperature dropped. My breath came out in invisible puffs, the chill biting at my skin as I stepped across the threshold. The air inside was thick with dust, the rooms dimly lit by the faint glow of moonlight filtering through cracked windows. The walls were covered in more symbols, more strange, indecipherable carvings that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. I couldn't waste time. The voice, the presence of the town, was closing in, and I knew I had little time left before it consumed me entirely. I moved quickly, searching the room for any clues, any answers. And then I found it, a small, worn book, hidden beneath a pile of decaying papers. It looked ancient, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. With trembling hands, I opened it, and my eyes fell upon the words that had been written in a language I couldn't understand. But there, in the center of the page, were the symbols, exactly like the ones I had seen etched into the walls of Old Town. A method. A ritual. A way to break the town's hold. I could feel the presence, the town itself, growing stronger, its pull tightening around me. But I didn't have a choice. I had to act. I forced myself to focus, reading the symbols, whispering them aloud, my voice shaking as I followed the instructions in the book. The air grew colder, and the walls around me groaned in response, as if the town itself was trying to stop me. But then, suddenly, I felt it. A shift. The grip of the town loosened just enough for me to breathe, for me to move. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Enough to give me hope. I grabbed the book, clutching it to my chest as I turned and ran back to the street. But as I stepped outside, I could feel it again. The town was shifting, trying to realign, trying to pull me back. I wasn't safe yet. But I had broken the connection, if only temporarily. The town's grip was still strong, and I knew it wasn't done with me. But I had a taste of freedom. And that was enough to fuel my next move. I wasn't going to stop until I was completely free. I stood there, breathless, the cold air biting at my skin, trying to wrap my mind around what had just happened. The book, the symbols, had given me a glimpse of hope, a fleeting moment where I felt like I had broken free, but now, a new, darker realization settled in my chest. As I looked at the mist swirling around me, something shifted in the air, something subtle but undeniable. The voice, it wasn't just Helena's anymore. No, it was different. It had been different from the very beginning, hadn't it? I had never questioned it, too consumed by fear, by the desperation to escape, to survive. But now, standing in the fading shadows of Old Town, I could feel it. The voice that had lured me deeper into the town, deeper into the grip of the ghostly world, it wasn't Helena's at all. It was mine. A chill ran down my spine, and I staggered back, my legs trembling. For the first time since this nightmare had started, I truly understood. The voice wasn't just calling me, it had always been me, drawing me in. My own fears, my regrets, my memories, those had been the whispers that beckoned me into this world. I thought about it now, all of it. The way I had always felt lost in my own life. The choices I had made, the people I had hurt, the things I had left unsaid. The voice had come to me at a time when I was vulnerable, when my mind was already fractured by the weight of my past. My desire to escape my own regrets had made me an easy target for the very thing I feared the most, my own darkness. I had always blamed the town, blamed the ghost for everything that had happened. But now, it was clear. The town, the voices, the shifting streets, they were just a reflection of what I had become. The fear, the loneliness, the need for redemption, it had all been waiting for me, festering inside, ready to consume me. I closed my eyes, trying to hold on to the fragments of clarity that had started to form. How many times had I ignored the truth? How many times had I tried to outrun my past, to silence my inner voice, only to realize it was a part of me, following me no matter where I went? The fog swirled more intensely around me, the mist thickening into an oppressive weight, and I could hear it again, the whispering, the soft, seductive pull of the voice. Only now, it wasn't just a call, it was an accusation. A demand. You can't escape, Daniel. You can never leave. You are me. The words were so real, so true, that they seemed to settle deep within my bones. The realization hit me like a blow to the chest. The voice, the force that had been haunting me, had been a manifestation of my own fears, my own guilt, and my own regrets. I had been pulling myself deeper and deeper into this world, unable to face what I had done, what I had become. It was a trick of the mind, a trap that I had set for myself. I turned, facing the mist and the shadowed streets, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me. The streets were still shifting, the buildings stretching in impossible ways, as if mocking my struggle. My heart pounded in my chest, the reality of the situation sinking in. The voice wasn't something I could outrun. It wasn't something that could be defeated with symbols or rituals. It wasn't an external force, it was a part of me, always had been, always would be. The truth was that the ghost of Old Town wasn't just Elena. It wasn't even just the town. It was me. I was the one who had been haunting myself all along. And no matter how far I ran, no matter what I did, I would never escape the consequences of my own choices. I thought of Elena, of the tragic history she had shared with me, of the curse that had bound her to this place. In a way, I had understood her pain, her need for redemption. But now, it wasn't just her who was trapped here. It was me, too. Trapped in my own mind, my own regrets, my own fears. I heard the voice again, clearer now than ever before, not just echoing through the streets, but resonating in the very core of my being. You're closer than you think, Daniel. I sank to my knees, the weight of my realizations crashing down around me. The path I had been on, chasing the voice, following its pull, had led me straight into my own hell. I wasn't meant to leave Old Town. I wasn't meant to escape. I was meant to face the consequences of my own actions, to confront the darkness inside me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to break free. The town, the curse, the voice, they had all been a reflection of my own shattered soul. Could I ever escape the trap I had set for myself? In that moment of clarity, a new question surfaced in my mind, one that I couldn't ignore. Had I ever truly been alive to begin with? Had the person I once was been consumed by guilt and regret so completely that I had become a mere shadow of myself, wandering aimlessly, following a path of self-destruction? I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that I couldn't keep running. The streets of Old Town blurred before me as I raced through them, every step frantic, driven by a desperate urge to escape the nightmare that had enveloped me. The fog thickened, curling around my legs like tendrils, making every movement feel like a struggle against an invisible force. I could hear the voice again, my voice, or perhaps the echoes of every regret and fear I had ever tried to bury. You're not going anywhere, it whispered, and the words were laced with an icy certainty. The sound of my name, mixed with the chilling undertones of my own thoughts, seemed to chase me down the narrow alleyways. My breath came in short, ragged gasps, panic clawing at my chest. I had to get out. But it was impossible. Every corner I turned only led me deeper into the town, and the walls seemed to press in on me, bending and warping in unnatural angles. I wasn't running away anymore. I was trapped, circling back to the same place, to the same haunting presence that had followed me from the start. And then, suddenly, I heard it again. The voice, clearer than ever, cutting through the fog. Only this time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a command, firm and final. Stop. I froze in my tracks, my heart pounding painfully in my chest. Slowly, almost unwillingly, I turned around. She was standing there, just a few feet away. Elena. Her figure emerged from the mist, pale and ethereal, her dark eyes locked onto mine with a gaze that was both empty and knowing. Her presence was overwhelming, like a cold wind blowing through my soul, leaving nothing but a hollow ache. "You can't escape," she said, her voice soft, almost mournful. "You never could." I tried to speak, to demand answers, but the words caught in my throat. There was something about her, something about the way she stood there, like she had been waiting for me, like she had known this moment would come. "Why are you doing this?" I finally managed to croak. "Why me? Why are you calling me?" Elena's expression softened for a brief moment, her lips trembling with what almost seemed like sorrow. "I am not just a ghost, Daniel," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the reflection of all the souls who have been lost here. The ones who followed the voice before you. The ones who couldn't escape their own regrets. Their own fears." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. I stared at her, struggling to comprehend what she was saying. "No. I don't understand. You're just a spirit. A curse. A tragedy." She shook her head slowly. "No, Daniel. I am the sum of every soul who has been trapped here, every soul who has fallen into the same pattern as you. Every regret, every mistake, they all come together, forming something greater than the sum of their parts. I am not just a ghost, I am all of them. All of us." I felt my legs weaken, the weight of her words sinking in, the realization settling in my chest like a leaden stone. I wasn't just running from one spirit. I wasn't just trying to escape Elena. I had been running from all of them, the ghosts of the lost, the regrets, the lives that had been shattered in this cursed town. "Why? Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" I gasped, my voice barely audible. "Why did you make me think it was just you?" She looked at me with an almost sad smile. "Because you needed to believe it was just one thing. It's easier to face one enemy than the truth. You couldn't have understood what I am until you faced the truth of who you are and who you've become." I stepped back, horrified by her words, my mind racing. What had I become? "You're like me, Daniel," she continued, her voice low, her gaze piercing. "You've been lost for so long, caught in your own regrets and fears. You've been following the voice, following the path, trying to outrun yourself. But you can't. No one can. Once the town has you, it has you." My heart sank. I couldn't escape. There was nowhere to go. The town, the voice, the mist, it was all a reflection of everything I had buried inside me, and no matter how hard I tried to run, it would always find me. It had found me. It had always been a part of me. Elena took a step closer, her figure blurring as the mist seemed to swirl around her like an extension of herself. "We're all here, Daniel. All of us who couldn't face what we had done. All of us who couldn't let go of the things we lost. You will be, too. Eventually. There's no escape. Not from here. Not from yourself." The words crushed me, the truth settling in my bones with a cold finality. I wasn't just facing Elena, I was facing everything I had hidden from, everything I had run from. I was facing myself. And in that moment, as the fog thickened and the shadows deepened around me, I knew that this town, the ghost, the voice, wasn't something that could be escaped. It wasn't a curse or a haunting. It was a reflection of the darkness that resided in all of us, a place where the lost souls of our regrets and fears came to rest. And as Elena's form began to fade, blending with the shadows, I realized one horrifying truth. I wasn't just hearing her voice. I had become it. The mist thickened around me, swallowing everything whole, until Elena's figure was nothing but a shadow, her voice a distant echo, fading into the ether. But as she vanished, I felt something new, something cold and heavy, pressing down on my chest. It wasn't her presence anymore. It was the weight of my own fears, my regrets, the darkness I had been running from all along. I stood in the middle of the ghostly streets, my legs unsteady, my mind reeling. The voices that had once called to me, those whispers of temptation and fear, now seemed to pulse in the air around me. They were no longer Elena's, they were mine. I had become a part of the very thing I had feared. And in that moment, I understood. I couldn't escape it. Not fully. But that didn't mean I couldn't try. My pulse quickened. The fog was thick, suffocating, yet I knew the path was still there, somewhere. The way out was real, but the cost would be steep. I could feel the town trying to pull me back, the walls closing in on me, the ground shifting beneath my feet. I wasn't supposed to leave. The town didn't let go of its own. But I had come too far to give in. I turned, my breath shallow, my mind racing with only one thought, escape. I had to leave this nightmare behind, no matter the price. The town was alive with the voices of the lost, all of them now echoing through the fog, pleading, begging me to stay. I could hear Elena's voice, too, but it was different now. Soft, almost gentle. "Stay with us," she whispered. "You belong here." But I didn't belong here. I never had. I broke into a run, my footsteps pounding against the cobblestones, my chest tightening with every breath. I couldn't hear the town, the voices, the shadows anymore. Just the sound of my own heartbeat. It was all that remained, and I pushed myself harder, faster, until the fog began to thin, the streets shifting around me, bending back toward the familiar. And then, just as I felt the last remnants of the curse close in around me, I saw it, the exit. A street, a doorway, real. I didn't stop to question how or why. I ran toward it with everything I had. I burst through the threshold. The world was different. Brighter. Clearer. I could feel the sun on my face again. I was back in the real world. The sound of traffic, the voices of people, the life outside the suffocating grip of Old Town, it was all there, alive, real. I stumbled forward, breathing deeply, the weight lifting, the fog lifting. I was free. But it didn't last. It never does. As I walked away from the cursed town, I could still hear it. The voice. Soft at first, like a whisper in the wind. Then louder. "Daniel." I turned quickly, but the street was empty. There was no one there. Just the sound of my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. I kept walking, but the voice didn't stop. It would never stop. It followed me, woven into the fabric of my thoughts, tangled in my soul. I could feel it, like a presence behind me, hovering, waiting. The curse had not let go. I had escaped the town, but it had marked me. The voice would follow me, forever. I had made my choice. I had walked away from the ghost, but in doing so, I had become a part of it. I had joined the ranks of the lost. And so, I moved through the world, the real world, with one constant companion, the voice of Old Town, never fading, never silent, always calling my name. The echoes of the ghost would haunt me forever, and there would be no escape. Hope your dreams are filled with fear. Good night.